The 17th Plenary Meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bassam Sabbagh, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Syrian Arab Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I congratulate you on your election as President of the General Assembly at its current session, and I thank your predecessor, His Excellency Dennis Francis, for presiding over the previous session. I also thank the Secretary General for the efforts exerted to fulfill his mandate under the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, as this session of the General Assembly is taking place, tensions internationally have reached a boiling point, and efforts to maintain international peace and security are confronted with real challenges and threats. Clashes are intensifying, crises are multiplying, conflicts are escalating, chaos is spreading, terrorism is gaining ground, the global economy is faltering, poverty rates are rising, climate change is accelerating, and development indicators are lagging. These are the unfortunate results of 8 decades of multilateral action that have followed the establishment of the United Nations. While we previously sought to promote preventive diplomacy and the peaceful settlement of disputes, we are witnessing today more direct wars and proxy wars waged using terrorist tools. And instead of harnessing scientific advancement for the benefit and well-being of all people, we are witnessing disgraceful use of modern technologies as deadly tools to sow death and destruction. Instead of investing efforts and resources in achieving sustainable development for all, some are flagrantly draining the resources of other countries, stealing from their people, and imposing unilateral coercive measures that impoverish and destroy nations. Mr. President, for more than a decade, Syria has experienced unparalleled suffering. It fell victim to a fierce terrorist war, direct attacks on its territories that continue to this day, a multifaceted and stifling economic blockade and an unprecedented political and media incitement campaigns. Billions of dollars were spent to erode the development progress that Syria has worked over decades to achieve. Billions more were spent to spread chaos and undermine security and stability, and to force millions of Syrians to leave their homes, only to become internally displaced or refugees in other countries. Ladies and gentlemen, nevertheless, rest assured that despite everything, we have remained faithful to our strong beliefs, our firm positions, and to the choices we made as a nation. Syria never hesitated to protect and defend its people, and never faltered in its war on terrorism. Economic hardships did not prevent us from meeting the needs of our people. All that has happened has revealed the true intentions of the collective West, which completely contradict with the principles and purposes that form the pillars and foundation and function of this international organization. Mr. President, the ongoing Israeli occupation of Arab territory since 1967, including the Syrian Arab Golan, and the genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity it commits are a glaring example of the failure of this organization and namely the Security Council, to end this expansionist and racist occupation and the ongoing aggression. It is a damning proof that the United States has prevented the Council from fulfilling its responsibility to confront threats to international peace and security. Since the 7th of October 2023, the Israeli occupation has continued to commit bloody and terrorist crimes, adding another chapter to its 7-decade-long criminal record. Over the past months, the occupying forces and settler gangs have been carrying out a savage aggression on the Palestinian people and committing a genocide before the eyes of the whole world, which has claimed the lives of more than 42,000 Palestinians, most of whom are children and women. The Syrian Arab Republic strongly condemns the Israeli aggression against the Palestinian people and renew its solidarity with the legitimate struggle to liberate their occupied land and establish their independent state on their entire national territory, with Jerusalem as its capital, while ensuring the right of the Palestinian refugees to return to their homeland in line with international law and relevant UN resolutions. Syria also condemns all attempts to liquidate UNRWA and suspend the services it provides to Palestinians on their land and in neighboring countries. We stress the need to hold Israel accountable for its direct targeting of more than 200 personnel working for UNRWA and other UN and humanitarian agencies. In an attempt to cover the failure of its war against the Palestinian people and to escape its internal crisis, the Israeli occupying forces implicate others in their internal crises and distract from the failed war against the Palestinian people. Hence, they have chosen to drag the region into a serious escalation while benefiting from the immunity, impunity, and unlimited support provided by certain countries, in particular the US, in a clear case of hypocrisy and double standards. Israeli forces have scaled up their attacks on countries in the region, including my country, Syria, targeting vital civilian facilities, residential buildings, and even diplomatic premises, resulting in the death of dozens of civilians, significant material damage, and hindering the delivery of humanitarian aid to Syrians. On the 27th of July 2024, Israeli occupying forces committed another heinous crime against our people in the occupied Syrian Golan when they targeted the Syrian town of Majd al-Shams, claiming the lives of 12 Syrian children. The criminal Israeli forces went even further, blaming others for this tragedy and exploiting the death of innocent Syrians for propaganda purposes. The open Israeli aggression has also extended to our brotherly Lebanon. 2 weeks ago, the Israeli occupation authorities committed an unprecedented crime against the Lebanese by using the means of communication as a tool to kill unarmed civilians in a collective manner. A few days ago, the Israeli occupation authorities targeted the southern suburb of Beirut with a treacherous and cowardly aggression, destroying an entire residential block using tons of explosive bombs to assassinate Hezbollah Secretary General Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, who for more than 3 decades led an honorable Lebanese national resistance against the Israeli occupation. This large-scale Israeli aggression, which is unfettered by any restrictions and limitations, is pushing the region to the brink of a dangerous escalation and confrontation whose consequences cannot be predicted and causing disastrous effects on peace and security, not only in our region, but also beyond it. The Syrian Arab Republic calls on all member states of the United Nations to work towards ending the Israeli aggression against Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon, and hold the occupation authorities accountable for their crimes, as well as prevent impunity. The Syrian Arab Republic reiterates that the Golan is an occupied Syrian territory and that its inhabitants are Syrian Arab citizens who are and will always be an integral part of the people of Syria. They have struggled over decades against the occupation. Syria stresses that regaining the full Syrian occupied Golan Line with UN Resolution 242, 338, and 497 is an inalienable right and shall never be subject to compromise and will never be affected by the passage of time or be subject to the statute of limitation. Mr. President, the crimes and attacks of the Israeli occupying forces against Syria cannot be seen in separation from the subversive role played by certain Western countries, especially the U.S., the United States of America, corrects the interpreter. In my country, Syria, these countries have continued to violate Syria's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity by illegally deploying their military forces inside Syria's territory, allowing their officials to sneak into Syria and supporting separatist militia and terrorist groups. These countries have also worked to exacerbate the humanitarian situation of the Syrian people by depriving them of the benefit of the resources as a result of their systematic looting of Syria's national riches, as well, and by imposing inhumane, unilateral, coercive measures whose disastrous effects have affected all aspects of the daily lives of Syrians. These measures targeted various vital sectors, most notably the public health sector, energy sector, banks, financial transactions and transfers, transport, as well as the agriculture sector that has been affected by these measures that has led to reduced levels of food security. All the unfounded allegations made by Western countries to justify such illegal measures and to deny or downplay their catastrophic impacts have been laid bare in multiple recent UN reports. In this regard, my country reiterates its call for the immediate, full, and unconditional lifting of unilateral coercive measures as they amount to a collective punishment of the people and a form of economic terrorism and a flagrant violation of the UN Charter and international law. Mr. President, since the beginning of the terrorist war on my country, Syria, the Syrian government has responsibly and constructively engaged with all initiatives aimed at preserving Syria's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, protecting its people from terrorism, improving the living conditions of Syrians. Many measures have been taken to that end, which can be summed up as follows. 1. Mobilizing all efforts to eradicate terrorist groups that are enlisted by the Security Council and putting an end to their dark thinking, extremist ideology, practices based on killing, torture, enforced disappearance, restriction of freedom, recruitment of children, discrimination, and violence against women and girls. The Syrian government continues to confront the remaining organizations to end the suffering of Syrians, and we call upon all countries to repatriate their citizens currently detained in illegal centers in northeastern Syria to end and close them due to the danger they pose to them in the future. 2. Pursuing national reconciliation and local settlement agreements, where 23 amnesty decrees have been issued, which facilitated the social reintegration of those who had lost their way. The most recent of these was Legislative Decree number 27 of 22 September 2024. 3. Supporting a humanitarian access by granting the UN multiple authorizations to use 3 border crossings to deliver humanitarian assistance to eligible Syrian civilians in northwest Syria, and by granting the necessary approvals for humanitarian deliveries from inside Syria, despite all of the attempts by terrorist groups to obstruct humanitarian access and steal or divert the aid. 4. Continuing the efforts of the Syrian state institutions to enhance their role and increase their efficiency by holding on time all constitutionally mandated entitlements and following up on the process of economic and administrative development and reform, and moving forward with efforts to modernize legislative structures, including those related to strengthening the rule of law, developing media work, social protection programs, and empowering women, protecting the rights of children and persons with disability, as well as implementing the strategic plan for gender equality and developing legislation regulating conscription. 5. Sparing no effort to support the dignified return of refugees and displaced people to their areas. An agreement was reached with the Office of UNHCR on several measures which are being implemented accurately. Discussions are also underway with a number of neighboring countries to launch innovative projects that allow the provision, which would be a model to assist and facilitate the return and accelerate it. 6. Openly engaging with all the efforts and initiatives made at the political level, including we have been taking part in the Astana meetings, which have achieved concrete results. The Syrian government is also in constant contact with the UN Special Envoy for Syria and is cooperating with him in line with his mandated role as a facilitator of a Syrian-led and Syrian-owned political process. 7. Committing to dialogue and diplomacy as a basis to a course for correcting relations with other countries. The Syrian government has positively engaged with the various initiatives put forward in this regard, in line with our firm belief that the interests of countries must be built on sound relations based on specific principles and clear grounds to achieve the desired objectives. In particular, mutual respect for state sovereignty and territorial unity, joint action to address threats to security and stability, and pursuing common interests without interfering in internal affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, as Syria is healing from the wounds of what it's been exposed and subjected to, it looks to the future with a sense of hope and optimism. However, the success of its efforts necessarily requires the collective West to stop politicizing humanitarian work and linking it to political conditionality. Donors need to fulfill their pledges in humanitarian funding and provide sustainable solutions for livelihoods and supporting resilience, including by working to strengthen early recovery projects and increase and the immediate, complete, and unconditional lifting of unilateral coercive measures. Mr. President, Syria reiterates its demand for a Middle East zone free of weapons of mass destruction, in particular nuclear weapons, and to compel Israel to eliminate its arsenal of weapons of mass destruction, join relevant international treaties and conventions, and place its installations under international monitoring. Syria expresses its support and solidarity with Arab countries, especially those facing challenging circumstances resulting from foreign interference, natural events, or climate change. Syria reiterates its support to the right of the Russian Federation to defend itself and to maintain its national security in response to the West's hostile policies and in rejection of the logic of hegemony and unipolarism. Syria also condemns the attempts to confiscate Russian financial assets. Syria expresses once again its full support to the Islamic Republic of Iran and its legitimate right to defend its national security and the peaceful use of nuclear energy, and we commend Iran's constructive and responsible approach in this regard. Syria renews its support to the One China principle and the stances of the People's Republic of China as it faces external attempts to interfere in its internal affairs and deems it necessary to defend its sovereignty and confront defend its sovereignty. Syria condemns the decades-long U.S. economic embargo on Cuba and rejects the issuance of the infamous list called the countries sponsoring terrorism. Syria calls for an end to the U.S. military drills and exercises on the Korean Peninsula as they contribute to raising tensions in this region. My country reiterates its solidarity with Venezuela in the face of the flagrant interference in its internal affairs and the hostile policies against it. Syria calls for the immediate lifting of all unilateral coercive measures imposed by Western countries on Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Belarus, Cuba, Nicaragua, and the Dprk, and Eritrea and others, as well as on my country, Syria. Mr. President, in conclusion, I would like to call on the countries of the world to summon the courage and make the right choice to guarantee a better present and future for present and future generations and save humanity from the scourge of all-out wars looming on the horizon by supporting the establishment of a more just and balanced through the reform of political and financial institutions to end the state of hegemony and unipolarity and better attempts to undermine the Charter of the UN and replace it with a so-called rules-based order. The Syrian Arab Republic, while looking forward to the current session of the General Assembly under your leadership to be able to fulfill the promise of its theme. We stress that success in translating this theme into a practical reality requires abandoning the policies of hegemony, exclusion, blockade, and collective punishment of peoples, and adhering to the Charter of Organization and respecting international law, multilateral diplomacy, and granting developing countries equal opportunities to advance their societies and achieve well-being, prosperity, and sustainable development for their peoples. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Syrian Arab Republic. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ludwing Valdrack, Ludwing Jaentschke Whitaker, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nicaragua.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ministers, representatives, after hearing so much analysis, the description of so much misfortune, so many calamities, and after hearing detailed descriptions of the Holocaust that afflict us as a human family, after watching so much intelligence sparkle before our eyes, we are left in silence, contemplating the void, because whilst we have knowledge, or whilst we think we have knowledge, we do not find, we cannot detect common responses to the weaknesses and pains that beset our society. There are no responses being found to the abuses, aberrations, the aggressions of global powers, to the unjust global order that from every angle seems to increasingly suffocate us. And that is happening in spite of our knowledge, our experience, and the spirit that we have as human beings, the spirit that we must nourish to better light our way forward. The tragedies of injustice, supremacist ambitions, the perverse appetites for domination, subjugation, and barbarism were those seen in the worst times that were known as periods of colonization or conquest. These phenomena seem to be worsening, keeping humankind perpetually enslaved to the basest sentiments, avarice, greed, and the imposition of models by some on others. This is all causing us to stray further and further from the principles and values of equality and rights that, with sweat and tears, humanity and intelligence thought they had won. Disaster after disaster, we continue to sow war as the savage MO of imperialism and capitalism. They too are savage, barbaric and fierce, and we're walking towards the extinction of all human beings. We are refusing to accept that only peace can triumph. That is true because peace is justice. Peace is peaceful coexistence. Peace is respectful cooperation. It is the furtherance of freedom, dignity, and the sovereignty of all peoples. Those philosophies, those principles will guarantee that we can live a life better than ever before. But today, peace stands before us as one of the most distant illusions. We're not on a journey to peace. And incidentally, we're not acquainting ourselves with this just and lasting peace that could place us on a path towards a world of brotherhood, happiness and solidarity. Every morning, in so many corners of our planet, we wake up to death and more death. We wake up to people being sacrificed on the bonfires of the insipid supposed superiority of some over others. We wake up before killings and massacres which should mark the consciences of warlords, magnates, and those that traffic in apocalyptic wars. These wars are imposed on some people and by some people on others, and they lay waste to beings, cultures, lands. They crucify, and they do all of this to ensure that life meets their tastes, whims and interests. In these daily massacres, how much do we lose, particularly when it comes to the most deeply rooted human emotions that we have: love, brotherhood and hope? These are values that human beings seem to be casting aside. These values are undoubtedly victims of the hell that they sell to us as a heaven, victims of the satanic kings that dismiss the tragedies they visit upon us, and in so doing they forget the core principle of civilization, which should be power enjoyed by all for the good of all of us. Every day we lose heart, we lose our soul, not because we sell it to the devil and his satanic underlings, but rather because our generations that should have learnt so much from the millions of human beings that have sacrificed throughout history on the bonfires of vanity and ambitions, these people are the victims of deadly selfishness, lessons that they failed to learn from. We forget all of that, and instead, enemies of peace try to convert the world into the most arid of deserts, spiritually arid. And we ignore all of this, and we fail to harness our human strength. We're faced with so much aggression, barbarism, attacks, crimes. Satanic assaults are being waged on all of us. Evil seems to be trumping good. But in the face of all of that, peoples are left, those peoples that know how to fight, peoples of culture, spiritual experience, and dignity and national decorum. That is our great asset. That is our most invaluable heritage. That is the kingdom of God on earth. This is the beginning, the dawning of a new world, which is being born, rising from the ashes of anguish, suffering and pain. All of these things have been imposed upon us by sick minds that do not see, do not wish to see the arrival of this other good world. They continue to try and live in the past, centuries past, for their own benefit. They try to stay living in the old and blood-soaked world. How much pain, how many battles, how many chains, how much in slavery are we going to suffer? Because on the other hand, we have our human condition that goes from strength to strength, from truth to truth. We're increasingly waking up to the truth. We show more and more courage, more and more valor, and every day in the face of suffering we enjoy more glory, we see more and more victories of the truth, and our human spirit is prevailing, just as it must. No one can strip us of our certainty of a new world. No one can deprive us of the reality of a brotherly world, a world of understanding, solidarity, and respectful cooperation in the present and for the well-being of all. In the old world designed by the conquistadores, those conquistadores will remain with their ambitions thwarted, sad and alone. They will be condemned and rejected by those of us that have learned to revere love, learned to root out hatred and what it imposes upon us. We've learned to bury humiliation, indignity, and we've learned to dismiss terror, the fear that they use to pressure us and intimidate us, those as the evil of the earth. We will never yield. We will never bow to the enemies of peace or the enemies of common good. We will never be enslaved by selfishness and avarice, and we will never be blind to the atrocities committed by those who sow the mendacious narrative of their hypocritical acolytes, those that use artificial techniques and tactics, and who use technicolor film to sell us a childish world, a fictional world that pretend to be blind, deaf and mute, paralyzed. And we will never bow to those that acquit those that are guilty of so many crimes against humanity. We will not be silent, ever. We denounce and condemn the genocide that the government of Israel and its First World allies have committed, commit, and continue to commit against the glorious people of Palestine, against the courageous people of Lebanon, and against so many other brave, valiant, dignified people. None of us will yield to brutality. We are not silent. We will never be silent. We denounce and condemn the aggressions against Syria, Iran, and against all other great peoples in their struggles. We stand with our brothers on all continents. We will never be silent. We denounce and condemn the occupation and hijacking of the rights of peoples such as Haiti. We are not silent. We will never be silent. We denounce and condemn the systematic policy of extermination of cultures and rights that colonial imperialist powers visit upon peoples, governments, and countries who, like Cuba, Venezuela, Bolivia, Nicaragua, are members of the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of our America. ALBA is a strategic unit with which we defend our sovereignty, independence, and legitimate models of institutions, our models of self-governance, and direct and participative democracy. We stand shoulder to shoulder with all countries and peoples affected by barbarism and the brutality which was unleashed and is being unleashed against our Mother Earth and our resources. That is causing what we know today as climate change. Climate change is none other than selfishness and the pillaging of our earthly resources. That pillaging has created myriad disasters which are not natural, disasters which require climate justice, disasters that have been imposed upon us by selfish slave masters, the pillagers of our world, the filibusterers. They've done all of that without regard for what we're losing, without compensation, redress, or reparation for what we've lost. We stand shoulder to shoulder in brotherliness, solidarity, in just struggles for food security, health security, education, rights, human security. These are all rights that we will never give up on. Of course, we are fighting an urgent daily struggle against terrorism in all its forms, against drug trafficking, organized crime, all vices and criminal activities that have been imposed upon us to weaken our institutions, models, and practices, and in order to increase interference into our ways of life. Those doing that are attempting to instill and establish ways of living which are not our own. They're seeking to, in so doing, create an image of us according to which we are incapable, mere beggars. We will never accept that model. There are invaders, those interventionists that are dressed in sheepskin, that have the faces of wolves, and to them we say, we are people rich in culture, resources, and community models. We are rich in values that have been distorted, slandered, or worn down. We will not allow ourselves to be converted into needy beggars, because we're not beggars, and will not allow you to pretend that we are just because you want to be falsely kind and generous. Your interests are patently clear, and you're using them to interfere in our own affairs. That's not only unacceptable, it's despicable and unbecoming. We have a right to our freedoms and the supreme dignity of our spirit and culture. We have a right to our own conscience and our own convictions. we are allowed to learn and continue on our humble pilgrimage, a pilgrimage that means that we learn from everyone. We're able to incorporate the good into how we live, to cast aside and reject everything that seeks to make us into servile machines divided by the strategies of the imperialists of the earth. We defend our highest dreams. We do so alongside Bolivar, Martí, Sandino, Morazán, and alongside so many great figures that preceded us and led the way for our struggles so that we would win, vanquish, and triumph. Nothing is free in this world. We must become more aware, and our heart must grow bigger every day. We must be absolutely lucid, clear, and coherent in our action, because it is only the union of the peoples of the planet that will be able to vanquish the Earth's imperialists. It is only this union that will make them retreat, even though they continue to criminally machinate. And they do everything they can to distort us, but we will distort them. ALBA is a triumphant alliance, and we stand shoulder to shoulder with Chavez, Nicolas, and his great people. We are one with the Cuba of Fidel, Raúl, Miguel, and their dignified and fearless resistance. We are one with Bolivia and its laudable path forward. We are one with Honduras and its challenges. We are one with Mesoamerica and the challenges it faces. We are one with Asia, with the Arab peoples, with the peoples of that black Africa, the peoples that live among us. We are one with the Russian Federation in its major struggles against the beast of fascism, battles that we will win. About this, there can be no doubt. We are one with the People's Republic of China, a country that teaches us so much, that bestows upon us their wisdom and experience in developing their people's well-being. They bring to us lessons of global solidarity for a community of the future. We stand with all the fighters and warriors of the world, and with the strength and dignity that we've always had. And today, we will not allow ourselves to be crucified for these values. On the contrary, we will rise up with pride and happiness. We will fly our flags and standards proud, because we know that humanity and the human spirit must conquer all. We will prevail. It is only by prevailing that we will spread and preserve the highest, loftiest values of the humanity that we all inhabit. Our Nicaragua is blessed, dignified, always sovereign, Christian, socialist, solidarity-based, and from that Nicaragua we embrace you all of you in this world that want peace, affection, respect, rights, and well-being. We will always stand together, and together we will go forward. We'll build upon the legacy of our victorious General Augusto Sandino, and we will do so with the poetry of our great Rubén Darío in mind. And here I quote, "A great flight of crows stains the blue sky. A 1,000-year-old breath threatens plague. In the Far East, men are being murdered. Has the apocalyptic Antichrist been born? Omens have been witnessed and wonders seen. The return of Christ seems imminent. The earth is pregnant with pain so deep that the dreamer, imperious, lost in thought, suffers all the anxieties of the heart of the world. Executioners of ideals afflict the earth, locking up humanity in a shadowy pit, along with the brutes of hatred and war. O Lord Jesus Christ, why do you take so long? Why wait to spread your hand of light over these wild beasts, and make your divine banners brilliant in the sun? It rises suddenly, pouring out life's essence over so many crazed, sad, or hardened souls, so in love with darkness as to forget your sweet dawn. Come, Lord, show us in all your glory. Come with trembling stars and the dread of cataclysm. Come bringing love and peace across the abyss. Let your white horse, which the visionary witnessed, come in, and let that divine extraordinary clarion sound, and may my heart be an ember of your swaying incense. Today we remember the Nicaraguan father, priest, ambassador of the dignity and decorum of our peoples, Miguel de Escoto Brockman. He fought and he bequeathed upon us the responsibility to fight for the remodeling of the United Nations so that the United Nations could serve the cause of debate and the struggle for justice, the right to harmony and happiness of the peoples. The United Nations as an instrument belonging precisely to nations themselves, an instrument to denounce, condemn, reject, and repudiate all abominations and aberrations perpetrated against all of us. It is an instrument to encourage good, affection, to root out evil, opprobrium, and hatred in our relations. Our relations, our ties, should be those of brotherly coexistence. Peoples of the world, go forward. The earth must be the paradise of all of humankind. The world will be different and better. That's what we're working for. That's why we are united. And that is what we believe in. Allow me to bring to you the affection of all of Nicaragua's people, that of President Commander Daniel Ortega and Vice President Rosario Murillo. Many thanks indeed.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nicaragua. I now give the floor to His Excellency Osman Saleh Mohammed, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Eritrea.
Your Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the 79th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Honorable Heads of Delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, allow me to join previous speakers to congratulate Your Excellency for your election to the presidency of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. The current session is taking place at a crucial juncture of transition in the architecture of global governance. Before delving into the main subject, allow me to digress a bit and dwell on some historical perspectives. As it will be recalled, maintenance of global peace was indeed the overarching mantra and proclaimed objective when the League of Nations was established 1 century ago in January 1920 in the immediate aftermath of the First World War. But in spite of the lofty pronounced objectives, the League of Nations could not fully measure up to the noble task and deter the eruption of the Second World War. 25 years later, in October 1945, the United Nations was solemnly established to prevent another world war and guarantee durable global peace, but our global community was plunged into the era of the Cold War, whose hallmark was a controversial bipolar international world order. With all its dynamics and the deleterious consequences to global peace and stability, the Cold War era culminated after 45 years in 1991 in the collapse of the former Soviet bloc. As it happened, this later phase ushered in a new precarious epoch of the unipolar world order, which was in essence bereft of any new ideology. As a matter of fact, the new dispensation represented a retrograde relapse to and revival of centuries-old colonialism and slavery indeed the resources and wealth of others, were usurped to mollify the insatiable greed of the few through force and other tools of repression. The manifestations of this policy are myriad and include pronounced policies of containment by the architects and proponents of a unipolar world order in the European theater, and especially reckless acts in Ukraine. Provocative containment policies against China pursued in Asia for analogous objectives and considerations. Trends that these policies portend to global peace. In our neighborhood, the ramifications of this policy include the perilous war unleashed to stifle the Palestinian cause and evict them from their land, the commotion that it continues to engender, and the wider regional conflagration that it may trigger. Acts of subversion conducted and multiple crises fomented in several parts in Africa under various pretexts to preserve and maintain colonial slavery. Overt interventions carried out in the same manner in Latin America to install surrogate regimes. Various subterfuges conducted to stifle and roll back bargaining public protests in Europe and the United States against the backdrop of fragmentation of traditional coalitions. All these distressing developments and trends amplify the innate flaws and dysfunctionality of the reckless policies of the unipolar world order. Ladies and gentlemen, efforts exerted during the various epochs to imbue institutional structure and mandate to the global architecture were not ultimate aims and objectives in themselves. As it is indeed palpable, institutional formats are mere mechanisms and modalities for achieving the desired goals and objectives. Peace and stability constitute indispensable prerequisites for the promotion of prosperity and growth and the attainment of the ultimate human aspirations of justice and the prevalence of a just political order. In other words, the assertion and guaranteeing of a just global order where domination, deceit, coercion, and intimidation, plunder, and monopolization are not countenanced or tolerated. The unequivocal aspiration of the peoples of the world in the past 100 years were precisely the crystallization through the League of Nations and later the United Nations of a just global order. The perplexing question remains whether these lofty aspirations and profound wishes were achieved. The poignant answer is no, these have not been realized. On the other hand, the logical corollary to failure is not despondency, but redoubled and more vigorous commitment and resilience in order to achieve the cherished objectives and goals. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to revert to the predicament of the Eritrean people, which epitomizes in all respects the typical ordeal of numerous other peoples. 3 generations of Eritreans were doomed to pay precious and inordinately huge sacrifices for almost 80 years since the end of the Second World War, merely because the Dallas brothers determined that Eritrea does not serve United States strategic interests. As it happened, the people of Eritrea were compelled to wage political and armed struggle of liberation for 50 long years. And even when they achieved their hard-won independence in 1991, they were denied respite and the opportunity to funnel their energies for nation building. Indeed, the same hegemonic policy consideration and defunct ploys were ramped up to foment unremitting crisis and instability by instigating border conflicts and other ruses. The suffering and the economic damage that was inculcated, the opportunity loss incurred, have been enormous by any standards. Still, and in the face of unwarranted onslaught, the resilience of the Eritrean people was not dampened, and yet the spiral of mindless hostility continued to intensify without let up. In 2009, Eritrea was subjected to sanctions on the basis of unsubstantiated and trumped up charges. As it happened, the forces of hegemony plotted to further punish the people of Eritrea and invoked a preposterous pretext for a people and the countries that have waged a relentless struggle against terrorism and domination for decades. The sanctions were ultimately lifted in 2018, but the question remains, why was it imposed in the first place? Furthermore, it must be borne in mind that illicit unilateral sanctions, futile demonization campaigns, as well as subversive acts to instigate conflicts in the region still continue unabated. Ladies and gentlemen, the ordeals meted out to the people of Eritrea is only the tip of the iceberg. The tribulations imposed on other peoples in Africa, Latin America, Asia, Europe, and the Americas are severe indeed. In the event, we urge for the categorical lifting of the unilateral coercive measures and sanctions imposed on countries like Eritrea, Zimbabwe, Venezuela, and Cuba, imposed including the 60 years long embargo against Cuba and its unjust placement on the dubious list of state sponsors of terrorism. Meanwhile, we need to pause and ask what is the relevance and the impact of the fundamental principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter against the backdrop of the law of the jungle that the hegemonic powers are bent on imposing. This precarious reality amplifies the imperative and the urgency for the peoples of the world to strive with higher vigor, fortitude, and enhanced solidarity than what has transpired for 100 years, to install a global order that guarantees peace and stability. This is not an opinion that can be left to circumstances. The forces of hegemony must also be made accountable for their crimes for the dispensation of justice. Let me conclude my brief address by reiterating our best wishes for success in our current endeavors. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Eritrea. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bakary Yaou Sangaré, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Cooperation, and Nigeriens abroad of the Niger.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Monsieur le Président.
Distinguished President, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen.
Je voudrais tout d'abord
At the outset, I would like to warmly congratulate Mr. Philemon Yang on his election as President of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly. I also would like to express to his predecessor, Mr. Dennis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago, my sincere thanks for his outstanding work during his mandate, despite the turbulent global context. Unfortunately, I will not go any further in my congratulations, and you'll understand why. Ladies and gentlemen, exactly 1 year ago, in this same hall, from this very same podium, my country, Niger, was unjustly and unjustifiably deprived of its right to speak. That wasn't the worst of it. This decision was debated at the time, but the worst was that at the same time, representatives from other countries in the same situation as we were authorized to speak. And they were even received with honors by the Secretary General of the United Nations. You can easily understand and agree with me that we're looking at double standards. Double standards that tarnish the credibility of our common organization. My country accepted that decision with dignity, but we did feel left behind. That is why my remarks today will focus on those left behind and on human dignity. Human dignity, ladies and gentlemen, is perfectly in keeping with the ideals behind our transformation in Niger. Those left behind, on the other hand, result from conflict, violence in many forms, inequality, and the lack of solidarity, as well as the marginalization of a large portion of the population of our planet, people who aspire for a better world. Before continuing, I would like to welcome into this session the presence of Palestine, which has been left behind. We hope that its presence, so richly deserved among us, will represent a decisive step toward the emergence of a free, independent, sovereign Palestinian state living in peace with its neighbors within the borders of 1967. Niger reaffirms its support to the Palestinian cause. We believe only a two-state solution can end the cycle of violence and can guarantee peace and security in the region. My country also laments the situation in Lebanon and calls for an immediate cessation of hostilities. Ladies and gentlemen, every year we engage in the ritual of lamenting the situation of poor countries and pleading for a more equitable world. But we're forced to observe that we are holding too many meetings and taking too little action. We are stagnating. Poor countries see what is happening. While they founder, the rich are lining their pockets with our resources, continuing to support corrupt and subservient regimes, regimes that rig elections and plunge their people into total suffering. Meanwhile, the international community stands aside in silent complicity, which once again demonstrates their double standards. Ladies and gentlemen, from this podium, I call upon the exploited peoples left behind, to tell them that it is not the affluent countries that will be finding solutions for us. I affirm that these solutions are within us. They consist in refusing to demean ourselves by begging for aid. They consist in building worthy partnerships in which our natural resources are paid for at the price that they deserve and benefits invested for a population. It is in this spirit that my country is using its own funds to address the damages and the humanitarian crisis caused by unprecedented flooding that occurred this year. We don't need any lessons about democracy. What's important is the interests, the choices, and the aspirations of our brave peoples. As stated by the President of the National Council for the Salvation of the Homeland and Head of State, His Excellency Brigadier General Abdurrahman Tiani, no state and no interstate organization shall dictate to my country what conduct to adopt, let alone its agenda in terms of strategic or diplomatic partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the Sahel region, for more than a decade now, has been suffering a severe security crisis that jeopardizes the very existence of its states and which represents an ignominious attack on international peace and security. To present a united front against the common challenges that we are facing, especially security challenges, the three states led by their excellencies, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, President of Burkina Faso, Colonel Assimi Goïta, President of the Transition, Head of State of Mali, and Brigadier General Abdurrahman Tiani, President of the National Council for the Salvation of the Homeland, Head of State of Niger. Signed on September 16, 2023, the Liptako-Gourma Charter, thus establishing the Alliance of Sahel States, or AES. Today, we can see the strong support of the population as well as the military successes won on the ground by the AES defense and security forces in their battle against terrorism and crime. Here I would like to commend the creation of the unified force of the AES and the excellent coordination the units have demonstrated. I pay a sincere tribute to all of these civilian and military victims of the violence in the Sahel. Ladies and gentlemen, at the historic summit of the heads of state of the AES held in Niamey on July 6, 2024, the alliance became a confederation based on three pillars, namely defense and security, diplomacy, and development. This new strategic framework for integration has the ultimate goal of becoming a federation. It boasts a wealth of natural resources to attain its goals. This wealth has caught the covetous eye of certain Western powers, which are financing and arming terrorist groups in order to destabilize our countries. Niger reaffirms its strong condemnation of these hostile acts and rejects all forms of support for terrorism, especially the active and public support of Ukraine for the terrorist coalition that perpetrated a cowardly attack on Tinzaouaten in Mali. Here I also would like to condemn the subversive actions a new strategy of recolonization espoused and pursued by France, which trains, finances, arms, and provides intelligence to the terrorist groups of the Sahel. It provides food and lodging to its local lackeys, some of which occupy the diplomatic premises of Niger in Paris in flagrant violation of the Vienna Convention of 1961 on diplomatic relations. So far from halting the momentum underway in the Sahel, these attempts at destabilization are only strengthening our country's resolve to forge ahead as we pursue our goals. In spite of all these adversities, the AES caravan goes on. Mr. President, the Confederation of Sahel States is now, as much as some might be displeased by it, a new geopolitical deal which will fully play its role in the international arena while respecting the sovereignty and the freedom of choice of its partners, as stated by His Excellency Colonel Assimi Goïta, President of the Confederation of the AES, on the first anniversary of the alliance. Quote, "In our spirit of independence and regained sovereignty, we remain open to cooperation with brotherly and friendly peoples, based on fraternity and mutual respect." Ladies and gentlemen, on the national level, the inclusive vision of the President of the CNSP and Head of State, Brigadier General Abdurrahman Tiani, is based on 4 strategic pillars as follows: bolstering security and social cohesion, promoting good governance, developing production bases, and accelerating social reforms. These pillars aim to ensure the security, political, and socioeconomic sovereignty of our countries. They inform all of the actions of the state and its partners to pave the way for a structural transformation of the Nigerian economy and to improve the population's well-being. To guide this transformation, especially in the mining and oil sectors, my country is willing to sign partnership agreements with foreign investors based on the principle of win-win cooperation and while respecting the dignity of our peoples, which have until now been left behind. The goal is to make the Sahel a region of peace and prosperity, as affirmed by President Tiani. In closing, I would like to thank our brotherly countries, our friends, Burkina Faso, Mali, Togo, Morocco, Turkey, Russia, China, Iran, and all others who have supported Niger as it transforms itself. I would like to conclude by asking the diaspora of our countries, wherever they may be, to continue to pray for God to protect the AES, to protect our peoples and our governments. Long live solidarity between peoples. Long live the AES Confederation. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Cooperation, and Nigerians abroad of the Niger. I now give the floor to His Excellency Karamoko Jean-Marie Touaré, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Cooperation, and Burkina abroad of Burkina Faso.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates. I have the great privilege and the honor of conveying to you, on behalf of His Excellency Captain Ibrahim Traoré, President of Burkina Faso, Head of State, the brotherly and friendly greetings of the valiant people of Burkina Faso, a people who, in the face of adversity, namely the heinous acts of aggressors and enemies of peace, machinations and interference in its many forms, a people that, in spite of all of the above, have developed a resilience to continue its glorious journey towards inclusive social and economic development. I'm also delighted to bring to you, on behalf of the people and government of Burkina Faso, my warm congratulations, Mr. President, on your brilliant election to steer this 79th session of the General Assembly. I also wish to convey the congratulations of my delegation to Mr. Denis Francis, your predecessor, for the achievements garnered over the course of his mandate in an international context marked by deep division. Secretary General, Burkina Faso quite rightly appreciates the work done by the UN system and its partners under your leadership, work that they continue to do on the ground to support my government's efforts. In this connection, indeed, my country is delighted at the choice of the theme for the 79th session of the General Assembly, which calls us to action. It is leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. How evocative that title is. By referring to that theme, allow me first of all to convey to you the aspirations of all strata of Sahelian society in general and the aspirations of Burkina Faso's people in particular. One account reads as follows: I am a peasant from Burkina Faso. I look to protect traditions and customs. I passionately farm my land that's been bequeathed to me by ancestors to feed my family and guarantee their well-being. I want to live free, proud, and in dignity. Another account reads: I am a woman, a mother, a dignified descendant of the Yenaga Gwimbi Ouattara princesses. Like other brave Sahelian women, I have an unparalleled strength of character. I would give my life to guarantee that my children, my brothers and sisters, and my compatriots can survive and thrive in a society of peace and love. I wish to live free, proud, and in dignity. Another account reads: I am a young Burkina Faso citizen. I am a farmer, a livestock rearer, a trader, a civil servant, an artist, a craftsman, a student. I am a young person. I am one of the young people from many regions with many different backgrounds. I come from a brave group of young people, a strong, struggling group of young people, and I am committed to contributing to Burkina Faso's development. I wish to live free, proud, and in dignity. Another account: I am a child. I might be a girl or a boy from towns or villages, internally displaced person sites. I want to live free, proud, and in dignity. Someone else: I am a young citizen of Burkina Faso living abroad. I am a conscientious, courageous, honest worker from the land of honourable people. Far from my beloved homeland, I wish to enthusiastically fight for the stability and peace of my country and my sub-region. I want to live free, proud, and in dignity. Another account: I am a soldier from Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, or a volunteer for the defense of the homeland, a husband, a mother, a son. I took an oath to defend my homeland, and I will sacrifice myself on the battlefield to protect my co-citizens against all danger. I wish to live free, proud, and in dignity. I am contributing to the development of my sub-region. Mr. President, these aspirations are the beacons which guide my government's action. The struggle of that government is to create a society in which the men and women of the Sahel can live free, proud, and in dignity. The theme of our session is one we highly appreciate because it is so relevant. In reality, it unveils a concern as crucial and long-standing as the United Nations itself, a theme which is tackled by almost all of the debates that occur here. What the theme really conveys is that now we're no longer simply thinking about what to do or how to do it. What we need to do now is give life to our speeches through tangible actions. We must go beyond words and finally take action to usher in a fairer world rid of prejudice and stereotypes which seek to treat certain peoples or certain parts of the planet as second class. Treat them as people doomed to wait in the prisons of isolation and scorn, waiting for handouts, living at the mercy and whims of great powers that claim to be the only ones able to indicate the path that others must follow, and they dictate how others must live. We must focus our efforts on the common goals of our organization. An organization whose primary goal is to promote the well-being of peoples by guaranteeing that they can live in peace and security. This urgent and overriding need to build a new world together and work together to create a fairer world is entirely valid in the current context. A context dominated by protracted crises, complex conflicts, and unequal economic governance, which further divides states and exacerbates differences between people. The consequences of such division are human tragedy. This disastrous state of affairs is the result of a multilateralism standing at a crossroads, a multilateralism which is exhausted, a multilateralism whose reputation has been neutered time and time again by predatory actions by certain member states who've decided that they are the masters of the world, and as such, they've built their foreign policy on subjugating and exploiting other states. We need to be properly concerned by this issue because the harmony and the cohesion of our world is at stake. For that reason, Burkina Faso would like to take this opportunity to once again appeal to reason, to the wisdom of all of us. We'd like to appeal to the powers of our world to prioritize an inclusive global governance which is rid of hegemonizing visions. And if we can do that, the UN's glory will once again be restored. Mr. President, restoring the integrity of our territory by ensuring our people can live safe and enjoy their property, remodeling political, administrative, economic and financial governance so that they can further the ambitions is one of our people can further their ambitions is one of our goals. We also need to usher in reforms and development initiatives which will lead to shared prosperity and economic and social progress which is sustainable. These are all areas of focus of our president, Captain Ibrahim Traoré. And with his leadership and far-sightedness, we shall prevail. The people of Burkina Faso has decided to affirm and embrace its sovereignty, putting an end to its subjugation. It has demonstrated extraordinary resilience, just as all the people of the Sahel have done. They have understood the importance and magnitude of our struggle and as such have joined the ranks of our defence and security forces. With this tireless support, thanks to patriotism, the genius, the bravery and the spirit of sacrifice of the sons and daughters of Burkina Faso, our country has notched up success we couldn't even have hoped for. We've also had significant successes in our committed fight against terrorists instrumentalized, deployed from a distance and financed by neo-colonial powers. Here I wish to pay a much-deserved tribute to civilians and members of our military who have fallen on the battlefield, and I bow down before their memory. Mr. President, we're seeing strategic reforms and visionary reforms where our troops are concerned. We've built their capacity, we've reorganized our fighting forces on the ground, and in so doing, we've increased our means of our resources to act, and that has been our salvation, because ultimately we have won back all of the areas that were overrun by criminals and their allies. Turning now to statistics, almost 70% of our territory is now under state control. That compares to 40% in 2022. That turning tide has allowed displaced persons to return. Schools have been able to reopen in less than 2 years. Our taking back of our territory has allowed more than 700,000 people to return to their villages. That action has allowed almost 1,500 schools to reopen their doors, offering the opportunity to so many pupils to return to school and continue their studies. They've long yearned for that time to come. These results compel admiration and spark great hope. They've been made possible by the endeavours of our defence and security forces, by the patriotic commitment of our volunteers for the defence of the homeland, and by the staunch support of the diaspora and the outpouring of solidarity they've showed. This patriotic mobilisation of all of our society has allowed us to collect some 99 billion CFA, that is $165 million in 2023 alone. That far exceeded initial estimates. In other words, you can see here how determined our people are to finance and wage a struggle against terrorists and their allies. Mr. President, at this very moment, we are notching up successes in our offensive against obscurantist forces, against their acolytes that have a questionable, shady reputation. At the same time, we're seeing that we are the victims of a defamation and smear campaign being waged against our soldiers. They are being accused of violating human rights without the slightest smidge of evidence being brought forward. This propaganda has been cobbled together and aims to lower the morale of Burkinabe patriots and to sabotage their legitimate struggles. And that's happening quite simply because the acolytes of chaos have not yet understood the dynamic underway. They haven't yet understood our desire to free ourselves of all paternalism and condescending guardianships. My country would like to take this opportunity to convey its deep gratitude to all countries and sincere partners who have supported us in our glorious journey towards inclusive social and economic development. Here, I'd like to invite all UN member states to pay no heed whatsoever to this media smear campaign, which, and this is patently clear, is none other than the expression of the distress of terrorists and their sponsors because they have been thwarted. I'd also like to reassure you of the professionalism and stellar conduct of our defence and security forces. That has been demonstrated through their participation in peacekeeping operations and recognised time and time again at this very podium. The ongoing training and examination of our defence and security forces and volunteers in international humanitarian law guarantee that our professional conduct is unimpeachable when it comes to respecting human rights. Mr. President, we all seem to agree that we need to combat international terrorism. And as such, my country is deeply concerned by the support which state entities seem to be granting to terrorists. This sponsoring is something we have decried time and time again. Some people say that it's a simple matter of perspective, but this sponsoring has been brought before the eyes of the world recently through the paradoxical attitude shown by Ukraine, a member state of our organization. Indeed, Ukraine has unambiguously confirmed its involvement in the terrorist attacks which claimed the lives of members of the Malian Defense and Security Forces in Tizawaten in Mali last July. Ukraine has confessed that it supports international terrorism, particularly in the Sahel, and as such, this country has shone a light on the subversive activities it wages in the Sahel, following in the footsteps of other states who have made betrayal their bread and butter. We reiterate our staunch condemnation of these acts of aggression and this apology for terrorism, which violate the United Nations Charter and the relevant international conventions. These particularly serious events reveal desires and whims which have time and time again peppered the history of our continent: balkanization, the killing of leaders, interference in the domestic policies of African states, and with the ultimate aim of getting hands on our resources. What means to achieve these nefarious ends range from the manipulation of national leaders and regional and sub-regional organizations, the waging of proxy wars, as is the case in Sahel and Ukraine, and other countries financing and arming terrorists with total impunity. I am vindicated in this interpretation by the worrying proliferation of military bases in our sub-region. And this interpretation also explains how it is that criminal gangs are coming into possession of sophisticated weapons. That this is a new type of terrorism, and as such, the stability and very foundations of our states and our organizations are imperiled. So we need to take resolute action. Turning now to the Ukrainian aggression, and in light of it, the countries of the Confederation of Sahel States already referred this matter to the Security Council. We did so on the 20th of August, and we await an unequivocal response. Mr. President, there is a need to ensure security in Sahel. As such, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger took the sovereign decision on the 16th of September 2023 through the Lipto-Gourma Charter to create the Alliance of Sahel States. This is a military alliance. It is a military alliance for collective defense and mutual assistance to combat terrorism and organized crime across our territory. To also appropriately address the complex challenges of development, the countries of the Alliance of Sahel States, the AES, have decided to extend their cooperation to other key areas. It was with this in mind that in Niamey in Niger, on the 6th of July 2024, we held the first summit of the heads of state of the AES. Following this historic summit, Their Excellencies Captain Ibrahim Traoré, President of Burkina Faso, Colonel Assimi Goïta, President of the Transition, Head of State of Mali, and Brigadier General Abdourahmane Tiani, President of the National Council for the Protection of the Fatherland, Head of State and Head of State of Niger, adopted the treaty creating the Confederation of Sahel States, the aforementioned AES. The enthusiasm sparked by the creation of the AES can be explained by the fact that sub-regional institutions and mechanisms have proven unable to respond to the legitimate security concerns harbored by our people. The creation of this organization will be our salvation, and its primary aim is to protect the people of the Sahel, who've already been dealt such a heavy blow by the security and humanitarian crises. Deadly measures have already been taken by others to exacerbate their suffering in this regard, and that's why they place such hope in the AES. This session calls upon us to leave no one behind, and nevertheless, the international arena, alas, remains marked by increasingly rife tensions which seriously threaten peace and security, and the UN is standing impotently by. We've always called for diplomacy to prevail in order to peacefully resolve disputes. We remain convinced that by ensuring that the spirit of the UN Charter prevails, we will manage to extinguish the flames of tension wherever they occur and however fervently they may burn in Africa, Europe, Middle East, Asia, or America. With this in mind, In the vein of the United Nations Charter, Burkina Faso reiterates its support for the political process underway in Western Sahara, led under the aegis of the UN Secretary-General with a view to reaching a mutually acceptable and negotiated solution as recommended by the relevant resolutions of the Security Council. In the Middle East, Burkina Faso reaffirms its solidarity with the Palestinian people that are in the midst of an unprecedented tragedy. The two-state solution, having Israel and Palestine living side by side with good neighborly relations, remains the only objective alternative that Burkina Faso continues to support. We accept Palestine as a member state of this organization, and that stance is a natural continuation of our beliefs. There is unspeakable suffering being visited upon the most vulnerable peoples by unilateral coercive measures which are imposed by states. These must be forbidden if we wish to give real meaning to and achieve the goals of this current session. Consequently, we call for the immediate lifting of economic, commercial, and financial sanctions imposed upon certain states. The only thing these states have done wrong is seek freedom for their peoples. That's the case of Cuba. It's also the case for the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Nicaragua, Iran, and many other countries. Turning to development issues, Burkina Faso wishes to recall that however worthy they may be, development initiatives taken here by the United Nations will have no chance of succeeding if everyone does not get involved and show good faith. In terms of our organization's reform, it is time for the African continent to fully participate in the UN Security Council in accordance with the African position reflected in the consensus agreements that produce that position. Giving Africa its rightful place would cement the universal nature of the UN and repair the historic injustice which continues to be done to Africa. Mr. President, to conclude, I wish to make it clear that Burkina Faso has deep faith in the UN. However, this organization must take action with full respect for the sovereignty of member states, for their strategic choices and their fundamental interests. In the Sahel, we're seeing renewal and hope burn bright, and that has been born of the AES Confederation. We remain convinced that this new sub-regional community, which is not taking aim at any country or any people, can contribute, working together with sincere partners to move forward without any hypocrisy and fight against terrorism and insecurity in the Sahel. May God bless Burkina Faso. May God bless the AES Confederation. May God bless Africa. Fatherland or death, we will prevail.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Cooperation, and Burkinabe abroad of Burkina Faso. I now give the floor to His Excellency Jean-Claude Gakoso, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Francophonie, and Congolese abroad of the Congo.
Monsieur le Président,
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished ministers, ambassadors, dear friends, first and foremost, I would like to convey my deep admiration for Mr. Philemon Yang, a man of great renown on the African continent, who was so brilliantly elected as president of our assembly and who has led our debate with outstanding skill. Mr. President, our world, as most speakers have said from this very podium, is indeed standing at a crossroads. It is facing a sort of deadly spiral of overlapping crises and dangerous conflicts, which one might think are all but unresolvable. Indeed, situations involving war and armed violence of all forms in Ukraine, in Palestine, in Lebanon, in Sudan, in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa, in the east of the DRC. These are situations that I could unfortunately continue to list for quite some time. And that is on top of the climate crisis, crippling debt burdens, and of course, the apocalyptic specter of nuclear war. These are all existential challenges, Mr. President, that will require what remains of our human wisdom and will demonstrate what remains to us of our understanding of good and evil. All these situations, all of us in this hall know it, are profoundly revealing at the same time that they are enthralled to human vanity. They faithfully reflect the irrepressible desire of some of us to dominate absolutely and to possess absolutely. This is an insidious vice, surely rooted in the very origin of humanity, which we have yet to eradicate completely. From this podium, speaking for peace, I call for all those with political power throughout the world to hear me. For the sake of peace, I call upon their collective wisdom, this cardinal virtue that was taught by the ancients in all of our societies, in Africa, Asia, Europe, the Americas, and the Pacific. For the sake of peace, I'm calling upon the conscience of all of us to awaken to the fact that we are one single human race, traveling on the same ship, linked as a community of destiny, bound by reciprocal obligations and by shared duties. I call upon universal fraternity, human fraternity, this generous utopia that emerged during the Enlightenment and which in 1948 led to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which has become the credo of all humanists. Mr. President, our world is in dire need of rediscovering peace. Otherwise, it is rushing toward its own perdition. Peace is not just an option. It is not an alternative. Peace is an imperative. And this imperative falls upon all of us, everywhere. It is this imperative toward peace, Mr. President, that drives the mediation efforts today of the African Union in Libya, a country where President Denis Sassou Nguesso, on behalf of whom I speak, has been striving tirelessly for years for general peace and for inclusive reconciliation. Through perseverance and force of will, the High-Level Committee of the African Union on Libya, which he presides, has been able to bring these enemy brothers around the same table. This committee encouraged them to speak to each other, encouraged them to forgive each other, and convinced them to yield to justice, that foundation of the rule of law which Libya has been aspiring to, Libya which is now emerging from its ashes like the invincible phoenix. This peace, so diligently sought and so patiently cultivated for years now, will soon culminate in the official signing by all parties in Addis Ababa of a reconciliation charter. From there, general, free, democratic elections, so long awaited, will be held. Mr. President, the renewal of multilateralism, which underlies the Pact for the Future, which we just adopted, clearly will require the affirmation of a multipolar world, a paragon of the diversity of cultural expressions. It will require a just, stable, equitable world in which all peoples can coexist on an equal footing without discrimination based on race, tradition, or religion. Whence the urgent need to reform international institutions that emerged after the Second World War, beginning with the UN Security Council, which must reflect our modern cosmopolitan world through a more just representation of the world's peoples. Here, I repeat Africa's legitimate demand for 2 seats among the permanent members of the Security Council with veto rights. My country reaffirms the central and lasting role of the African Common Position as laid out in the Esselwini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration. Mr. President, the time has come for Africa to take up its rightful place in the community of nations, and thus it is up to us, representatives of the allied nations present here, to choose to make the honorable choice to enter history through the front door and to once and for all eradicate medieval prejudices and obsolete stereotypes on Africa. It is up to us to consolidate and magnify our many convergences, those same convergences that light the true paths in the history of man. Mr. President, there can be no sustainable development on any continent if our country, if our planet is not protected from the destruction of the environment. Climate change has now become an existential threat. And this threat, as we know, is multifaceted. Rising temperatures, melting glaciers, disastrous flooding, rampant desertification, the destruction of biodiversity, epidemic outbreaks, and the exodus of populations caused by all of the aforementioned factors. All of these clearly illustrate the fragility of our beautiful blue planet. The community of nations has no choice. It must take action here and now. It must act without hesitation, with rigor, with responsibility, to save our world from an irreversible cataclysm. One of the pillars of this action, of course, is intelligent reforestation and universal reforestation of the planet. We must all contribute as far as we can. The Republic of Congo and the African Union have come to the 79th General Assembly with a well-developed strategy, which my delegation has already registered as a draft resolution for the upcoming work of our committees. This strategy, for which I here call for the support of our Assembly, aims at a significant, steady, and irreversible increase of global forest cover based on international cooperation, which combines reforestation and forest rehabilitation activities throughout the world. All of this will be based on a cooperative, coordinated, concerted, consensus-based approach between states. Mr. President, before leaving the podium, I would like to speak about a situation that is pricking our conscience. It is a situation that will not allow us morally to stand idly by. I'm speaking of the protracted blockade inflicted on Cuba, this embargo, which will soon have lasted a century, an embargo that is causing unthinkable suffering to the innocent people of this country. Mr. President, this embargo, which many Americans themselves find archaic, this embargo should long ago have been simply abolished. Once again, I would like to call upon the wisdom of the people and leaders of the United States, most of whom, as we know, have had nothing to do with this lingering phantom of the Cold War. I urge the government of the United States to once and for all turn the page on this painful history of two peoples both born of a melting pot, the miraculous cultural osmosis between Europe and Africa. In closing, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I speak on behalf of all the peoples of the world in hoping that we can staunchly fight for the emergence of a new humanity, a peaceful humanity, which turns its back upon war and death, and which stands side by side with each other. An authentic humanity which tirelessly combats endemic poverty, a poverty that is ravaging developing countries, which is a real cancer upon our global society, which is one of the root causes of the frustration and violence that is darkening the horizons, our horizons of hope. A fraternal humanity, as imagined in this very city by the great artist John Lennon. And lastly, a humanity as rainbow, as dreamed of from the depths of his prison cell by the great Nelson Mandela, standing tall and proud as a baobab tree. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Francophonie and Congolese abroad of the Congo. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ahmed Attaf, Minister of Foreign Affairs and National Community abroad of Algeria.
Shukran.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are once again meeting at the United Nations, and our world is at a critical, sensitive, and dangerous juncture. a juncture characterized by the accumulation of conflicts, crises, wars, and a widening gap of development disparities between the North and the South, as well as worsening climate change and environmental risks of all kinds. A juncture that reveals the magnitude of the shortcomings that have afflicted the collective security system in light of the tendency to resolve differences by force and the excessive and selective use of unilateral punitive measures. The failure to fulfill the commitments undertaken and the disregard for international legitimacy, as well as the increasing polarization and accompanying absence of the role of the Security Council, and the erosion of multilateral international action as a whole. Last but not least, it is a juncture that puts at stake the entire system of international relations, with the rules, principles, and controls that has been codified in the Charter of the United Nations, and the mechanisms, structures, and institutions that it is based on that have been put in place to serve the aspirations and purposes and ambitions that bind our countries. From this perspective, looking ahead to the 8th decade of the United Nations organization must be an opportunity to renew our commitment to the system that brings us together, that is based on the rule of law, not the rule of force, that is based on the power of the law, not the law of power, that is based on the power of reason, not the logic of power. We are in a dire need today to restore our commitment to and respect for the United Nations Charter and the rules of international law, before which we are all equal. We all have a duty to respect and abide by those rules. The ongoing genocide in Gaza that has continued for almost 1 year, and the recent spillover of this war into the West Bank and Lebanon, and the sharp, multifaceted, multi-front Israeli escalation in the entire region, all of which could not have happened if the international community at the time had taken a firm stand that forces the Israeli settlement occupation, what has been imposed on others, namely punitive and deterrent measures, as set forth in the Charter of the United Nations under Chapter 7. The international community today should hasten to put an end to the inferno against the Palestinian and Lebanese peoples, and to rein in the Israeli occupier and its desire to engulf the Middle East region into a state of crisis, conflict, and endless war. The international community should also realize that it is facing a decisive phase in the history of the Palestinian question, a phase that does not accept a return to the status quo ante, a phase that does not accept hesitation or inaction in supporting the national Palestinian project, a phase that does not allow for procrastination in supporting the move towards the establishment of an independent and sovereign Palestinian state as a just, lasting, and final solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
من هذا المنبر
From this podium, at its previous session, the President of the Republic, Mr. Abdulmajid Tebboune, appealed to our United Nations organization to expedite the admission of the full membership of the State of Palestine. This has been done in a less volatile, tense, and tragic circumstance in the occupied Palestinian territory and throughout the neighboring region of Palestine. Today, the question of Palestine is at its darkest historical chapter ever. This approach is inevitable and urgent and self-evident. The full membership of the State of Palestine in this organization remains a crucial step towards the preservation of the two-state solution, towards addressing what the Israeli occupation is gearing up to thwart, a step towards safeguarding the tenets of resolving the Arab-Israeli conflict and the pillars of security and stability in the region. With regard to developments in our regional neighborhood, Algeria's conviction remains firm that in order to address the diverse challenges facing the states and peoples of the region require an international support and global commitment to address the different challenges that weigh heavily on our Pan-African space. This is fully the case for the Sahel region. Apologies, the interpreter notes. In this same vein, we look forward to ending colonization by turning the last page of colonization, which we see on the territory of the Western Sahara. We provide all support for the Secretary General and his personal envoy in their efforts to enable the two parties, the Kingdom of Morocco and the Polisario Front, to resume the path of direct negotiation to reach a political solution that would guarantee for the Sahrawi people the exercise of its inalienable right of self-determination that is not subject to the statute of limitation. And as for those that seek to entrench the status quo of colonization by falsifying the clear facts and through desperate maneuvers to distract attention from what is clear, we would like to reaffirm that colonization must end no matter how long the time passes, and that legitimate rights of the Sahrawi people will be implemented sooner or later. As for Libya, Algeria calls for the expeditious addressing of the scourge of foreign interference, which is sowing discord in that brotherly country and fueling clashes and conflicts among its people. Only then can our Libyan brothers come together on a consensus that begins to achieve the goals of national reconciliation and fosters a trend towards the organization of fair and free and transparent elections. All of this in the service of the high purpose that we desire from the bottom of our hearts, which is the unification of Libya, its people, its territory, its government, and its institutions.
وعلى الصعيد القاري
At the continental level, Algeria is continuing its efforts and endeavors to make a qualitative contribution to the African overarching action in light of the priorities firmly set by the continental agenda. Africa, first and foremost, looks forward to the activation of African-led solutions, as well as development and implementation to put an end to conflicts and to address the different crises and conflicts that the different peoples and countries of the continent are afflicted by. Further, Africa looks forward to addressing economic development and join the revolutions in artificial intelligence, digitization, and renewable energy. Third, Africa is looking forward to advancing its strategic priorities, which are at the heart of the reform of international financial, monetary, and banking institutions, to improve African representation at these institutions, as well as the structural reform of global indebtedness, as well as international financing that is appropriate to the requirements of development at the continental level. 4. And finally, Africa looks forward to correcting the historic injustice imposed on it at the Security Council and enabling it to occupy its rightful place at this central body of the United Nations, as it has recently joined the G20 as a permanent member. With the same commitment at the continental level, Algeria continues its endeavors to establish a balanced, beneficial, and meaningful partnership in the Sahel region, which is currently undergoing a fragile situation as countries in that region are suffering from an escalation of political unrest and an increase in the threat of terrorism and the absence of sustainable development, as well as the spread of the phenomenon of climate change. Algeria, in the face of all this, reiterates its solidarity with the peoples and countries of the Sahel region. We stress our firm belief that our security and stability and prosperity is part of that of the security, prosperity, and stability of its neighboring African region.
لقد تفوه ممثل دولة.
A representative of a country from this region and from this space have, in brazen language, attacked my country with base language that should not be dignified with a reply. A reply of this level should not be becoming of this noble podium. This base language, impolite language, will not be met by my country except by a polite language, one that truly reflects our loyalty and sincerity to the deep-rooted, unwavering bonds and deep-seated desires and links in the region, which cannot be shaken by transit circumstances and the triviality of those who are behind it.
بلدي إرادة صلبة.
My country has a firm and long-standing will, and our hands are extended to our brothers as we seek to build with our brothers a Sahel edifice that enjoys security and prosperity. Algeria today is taking firm steps on the clear path set forth by our President Abdelmajid Tebboune to enhance political stability and institutions and to build a strong and diverse economy that would end our dependence on the oil sector and to promote the social character of our state and as a solid legacy of our noble revolution of liberation. This approach has yielded its first results in the consolidation of the country's security and stability and consolidation of its democratic course, particularly during the recent presidential elections, as well as by laying the foundations for a comprehensive economic renaissance, which has restored our national economy's position at the African level among the powerful economies on the continent and has opened up opportunities for profitable cooperation and partnership for all parties. In light of these achievements, Algeria is endeavoring to strengthen its relations with all brotherly, friendly, and partner states in and outside these areas of affiliation. My country also seeks to continue to work closely with all member states of our United Nations, which share our same commitment and concern to uphold the principles and values enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Although the current situation in our world is difficult and dangerous, which breaks the strongest of wills and erodes the most solid of determination, we are very confident that hope will survive and that ambition will remain available. From the womb of crises, opportunities are born, and from the depths of suffering, wills are sharpened, and from the heart of hardship, hope is born. We hope from the bottom of our hearts that we will have a better world for present and future generations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and National Community Abroad of Algeria. I now give the floor to His Excellency Albert Shingiro, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Development Cooperation of Burundi.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Excellencies, ministers, dear colleagues, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is a great honor and a privilege for me to address this august assembly on behalf of the President, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. He wasn't able to be with you this morning, and he entrusted me with the task of representing him here to bring to you the voice and position of Burundi regarding the global challenges facing today's world. Allow me now, Mr. President, to convey to you my warm congratulations on your brilliant election to the presidency of this session. Your wisdom, Mr. President, your long and rich political and diplomatic career, your qualities as a keen listener, and your experience as a seasoned negotiator are, for us, all things that will guarantee the success of this session. You can always count on the full support and cooperation of Burundi as you discharge your mandate, Mr. President. Mr. President, your predecessor, Ambassador Denis Francis, deserves just as much admiration and recognition because he discharged his mandate with devotion, skill, and brilliance during the session that we have just closed. Allow me also, Mr. President, to pay equally deserved tribute to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his service to humankind, service rendered through his courageous action, still underway to make the United Nations an organization close to the peoples of the world despite the complex global arena in which the organization works. Mr. President, the theme chosen for this session, namely leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development and human dignity for present and future generations, is particularly fitting given that today's world is hurtling full throttle towards fragmentation, and we're seeing values of peace, solidarity, and mutual comprehension being called into question. This fragmentation seems to go hand in hand with a new form of radicalization, which is drawing member states further and further away from reaching an understanding about how to address the global challenges facing us in a spirit of compromise and mutual trust. Today, more than ever before, Mr. President, it would seem that the majority of us act as if we were alone in this world. We act as if others did not exist or did not count. Solidarity has become a rare commodity at the very moment where we need it the most. Positive values are being eroded throughout the world, and yet we know that all conflicts, be these direct or proxy conflicts that the world has experienced, are born of the same seed. That is the denial of others, others' interests, whether those interests, that identity, be cultural, religious, or civilizational. In other words, all conflicts arise from the loss of trust, geopolitical jostling, and deliberate misinformation. All of these polarize countries and paralyze societies in a situation which is increasingly worrying. As is only right and proper, Mr. President, my country staunchly condemns all of those who wish to impose their points of view, their practices, or their values or schools of thought upon others. Using the diplomacy of might is right, we condemn all of those who attach political conditions to development aid, whilst at the same time, Mr. President, forgetting that the world is multipolar, that difference in diversity is a driving force for development, economic growth, and the very thriving of our societies. If embraced as the asset that it is, diversity in all its dimensions is a mine of opportunity, possibilities, and a source of great inspiration. Many points of view, in all their richness, experiences, and practices, create a wealth of ideas, knowledge, understanding, and tools to accept the other. All of these can significantly increase a society's ability to prosper, to understand the various points of view in today's world, and allow us to consequently live in peace and in harmony with our environment, be this our immediate neighborhood or further afield. As you know, Mr. President, cultural diversity and the diversity of values are a powerful lever to create ties that are stronger than our differences. Cultural diversity brings people together and as such supports social cohesion, peace, security and peaceful coexistence. Despite its unifying power, the unifying power of culture, the last 20 years have been marked by a growing instrumentalization of culture and values in order to sow tension and division. Precisely because it is so heavy with meaning and intrinsically bound to people themselves, cultural diversity and the values which we hold dear have increasingly been placed on the front line of conflicts and used as a tool of division, even a weapon of war, used first and foremost, Mr. President, to subjugate weakened societies, particularly in the most fragile regions of our world. This narcissistic exploitation of culture and values has contributed to extending crises and conflicts, but it's also led to human rights being eroded, namely economic, social, and cultural rights. Today, more than ever before, narrowing the divide between cultures, values, and civilizations is urgent and necessary in order to establish peace, stability, solidarity, and allow inclusive development which leaves no one behind. Mr. President, the world that we live in today needs now more than ever before a consensus-based approach to major challenges such as the conflicts which continue to rage, natural disasters, climate change which is worsening, poverty and inequality which are omnipresent, mistrust and discord which are dividing the world. Our spirit of compromise is fading, international solidarity is losing momentum, and of course there are the Sustainable Development Goals which are very far indeed from being achieved. In terms of its role in building a better future and a global order based on the rule of law, a peaceful, equitable, prosperous and solidarity-based world, Burundi, my country, continues to pursue its ambition of building relations of friendship and cooperation based on the principle of sovereign equality and the principle of mutual trust. Our goal is to make Burundi a country that is a friend of all and an enemy of no one. Mr. President, Burundi is a true advocate of multilateralism, a multilateralism in which all countries, whatever their size, level of development, have a role to play in addressing the challenges of our time. You yourself, Mr. President, and our Secretary General already said as much, quite rightly indeed. In this regard, Burundi opposes unilateral measures imposed by certain stakeholders. These measures can unravel and destroy social fabric in the countries and societies targeted. Turning now to the implementation of UN Agenda 2030, Mr. President, if nothing is done to reverse current trends, we are slowly heading towards a situation where we fail to uphold the promise that we made to humankind in 2015 in this very same hall. We stand only 6 years from our deadline. The Secretary General's report on the SDGs and their achievement clearly demonstrates that only 17 to 18% of the SDGs are on track to be achieved. Almost half have seen only scant or moderate progress. More than a third have seen no progress at all, or progress has even been undone. In the face of such an alarming situation, we the people have no time to waste. We need to act together and quickly to save future generations who will judge us by our actions or by our inaction as appropriate. Mr. President, it is crucial that the international community step up efforts to address the various challenges and meet the needs that exist, with particular effort being made to assist countries in special situations such as LDCs, landlocked developing countries and small island developing states. The goal here should be to reverse current trends and leave no one behind as we collectively agreed to do in 2015 through the UN Agenda 2030. Mr. President, nationally, Burundi, like all other nations, is working night and day to significantly improve its people's quality of life. The people of Burundi firmly believe that the only path towards genuine political independence involves economic independence. And to achieve that, Mr. President, the government of Burundi, under the leadership of the President of the Republic, has implemented an ambitious vision, but a feasible one. That vision looks to make Burundi an emerging country in 2040 and a developed country in 2060. The goal sought in the reference document of our President here is to build a nation where its population enjoys full well-being. Our goal is to see a sustained continuation of production and structural changes leading to longer life expectancy and the meeting of fundamental needs. We're also looking through this document to reduce unemployment and poverty in all its forms and manifestations. By 2040, Mr. President, Burundi intends to stand as a country of peace, a country in which everyone lives in decent conditions, where no one dies from preventable diseases. We will be a competitive economy driven by the agro-food sector and our industry, which will be high in added value. Will also be driven by mining for the benefit of our people, and all of this will be done whilst protecting our natural environment and by paying due attention to equity and gender balance. Burundi will always stand on the side of solutions, and we reiterate our commitment to the peaceful resolution of disputes throughout the world, using tools which preventive diplomacy makes available to us, namely dialogue, cooperation, joint work, and negotiation. You are, of course, aware, Mr. President, distinguished delegates, that no developing country, or rather, says the Speaker, no development is possible without development, and peace cannot be possible without development. Peace without development is a mere pipe dream. Peace and development are two sides of the same coin. The terrorist threat, Mr. President, and the dangers linked to violent extremism have increased greatly in number in recent years, and this is having an ever more bitter impact at a local, regional, and international level. In the face of this existential threat, Burundi has committed to continuing and strengthening its cooperation with other nations to prevent and combat terrorism and violent extremism. We're doing this by making a substantial contribution to peace operations and counter-terrorism operations, namely in Somalia, Central Africa, and in the east of the DRC. Our goal is to support these three brotherly countries in their legitimate efforts to restore state authority across the full extent of their territory. Mr. President, the climate crisis is pummeling our planet before our very eyes, and sustainable solutions are taking their time because of a lack of financing and climate action in order to help the countries of the global south to face this three-pronged planetary crisis, namely climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. Burundi, like all other nations in the sub-region, is increasingly affected by climate change, despite the fact it contributes only minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions. The frequency of adverse climate phenomena such as floods, landslides, droughts, the rising levels of Lake Tanganyika are all demonstrations of how we're facing climate change. These events are affecting agricultural cycles, causing harvest loss, food insecurity, and the erosion of local ecosystems. We're calling for quicker progress to be made to allow countries gravely affected to receive green financing to limit the adverse effects of climate change on the implementation of the SDGs. Mr. President, in order to do its part to stop climate change, Burundi, like other nations that signed the Paris Agreement, made a commitment through its nationally determined contributions document. A commitment to incorporate environmental protection, building resilience to climate change and food security into national policies and the vision of Burundi as an emerging country in 2040 and a developed country in 2060. As you are aware, Mr. President, climate change do not only have an impact on our physical environment, it also affects the health of our people. With that in mind, Mr. President, Burundi has established healthcare measures and public health measures and incorporated these into our climate change mitigation plan. And we beat the record set in the recent report of the Global Alliance for Climate Change, because we're now at the top of the list in terms of countries that have given the most attention to their population's health in their mitigation plans. Mr. President, several initiatives to protect and restore landscapes have also been taken, namely a far-reaching national reforestation program called Yaou Burundi Arambaye, or Covered Burundi in French. This plan looks to promote agroforestry and the tracing of forest cover, and this plan seeks to involve all sectors of society. I'd like now to look at human rights, one of the challenges to be addressed. For Burundi, dignity, as referred to in the theme of this session, begins by promoting and protecting human rights. These are universal, indivisible, interdependent, and inextricably linked. My country, Burundi, firmly believes that human rights must be strengthened and fully incorporate the fundamental principles of universality, transparency, impartiality, non-selectivity, non-politicization, and objectivity, as well as the rejection of two standards as a principle. Special mechanisms sometimes imposed to deal with geopolitical tensions in certain areas of the world must be sacrificed in favor of dialogue and cooperation. And in this connection, Burundi must be given fair treatment within the Human Rights Council in Geneva. We call upon certain stakeholders to avoid continually clobbering us with special mechanisms that are political in nature and have no added value in terms of ensuring the enjoyment of human rights in all of their facets. Here, I encourage those who champion such projects, they know who I'm talking about, I ask them to withdraw the initiative to extend the mandate of the so-called Special Rapporteur for Human Rights in Burundi. That project should not be renewed. The mandate should not be renewed because the attitude of this mechanism creates useless tensions and avoidable tensions, and those that initiate these projects are politically motivated, cynical, and immoral. International migration is a global reality, a phenomenon that has existed since the dawn of our planet. Our country, our communities, migrants and families are affected unpredictably and all in different ways. Burundi recognizes a need for a holistic approach to human mobility. There needs to be strengthened cooperation at a bilateral, regional and global level in order to facilitate safe, orderly and regular migration. Nationally, Mr. President, Burundi is currently in the process of signing cooperation agreements with countries of destination for labour migration. This cooperation-based approach aims to ensure legal, social and human rights protection for migrant workers, and it also aims to significantly curb human trafficking. Mr. President, the issue of multilateralism has received particular attention since the very beginning of this session. After 79 years of existence, of the United Nations, the overriding conclusion is that in spite of its limits, of which the world is well aware, the multilateralism has served to significantly improve global problems. The most recent evidence that multilateralism is not dead and buried was the adoption by consensus in this very hall on the 22nd of September of our Pact for the Future and its annexes. This is a concise and action-oriented document. However, Mr. President, despite this encouraging result, there are signs that portend the gradual weakening of our spirit of compromise. There are harbingers of indifference when it comes to collective rules. In an increasingly globalized world where we're increasingly interdependent, no state, however powerful that state might be, can alone hope to address the challenges it faces. States must strengthen mutual commitment, must adopt a coordinated approach based on fair rules of the game to avoid unilateral actions which, as you are aware, take the form of clear interference in the domestic affairs of other countries in clear violation of the principles and values of the UN Charter. Mr. President, I wish to turn now to Security Council reform. Negotiations on this matter have finally become more flexible. We're seeing movement. Through me, Burundi reaffirms its commitment to the Common African position reflected in the Esselwini Consensus. Mr. President, we will never be able to hammer home enough the following fact. The multilateral system is demonstrating that its capacity is limited to effectively guarantee proper global governance. Notable injustice, unprecedented injustice is being done to Africa. It's the only continent absent from the Security Council among the permanent members, and we are underrepresented among the elected members. That injustice must stop now. The desire to perpetuate the exclusion, Mr. President, of more than 1,200,000,000 inhabitants from the table around which we take our major decisions is quite simply unacceptable. Mr. President, universal, equitable, and affordable access to information, as well as to information infrastructure, is also one of the major challenges of our age. The Internet can be a tool to bring peoples and spaces together, and that's why it was designed. However, the spider web, as we seem to call it, prioritizes rich countries, whilst at the same time developing countries have low levels of internet connectivity. This is particularly true in Africa. Today, in our world, our trade and our exchanges are becoming increasingly digital, Mr. President, and as such it's vital that all countries have access to internet, including AI, that is revolutionizing our world. There is a growing gaping gap between the countries of the global north and the global south, and that's meaning that many people in the global south are losing out on social, scientific, and economic opportunities. Leaving no one behind is one of the pillars of the UN actions. And so, as a matter of absolute urgency, this digital gap must be closed in the interests of current and future generations. Mr. President, I would be remiss if I did not inform this august assembly and that our country is committed to implementing the theme of our assembly, that is unity and diversity, to bring communities to a state of peace, sustainable development, and ensuring that everyone can enjoy human dignity. That is our commitment. I thank you.
Muchas gracias al ministro.
My thanks go to the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Burundi. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Mélanie Joly, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Canada.
Monsieur le Vice-Président,
Mr. Vice President, distinguished colleagues, it is an honor for me to take the floor before you today on behalf of Canada and the Canadians. I'd like to underscore that I am meeting with you here on the traditional territory of the Lenape people. This recognition is important because today in Canada we are celebrating the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, during which we recognize and commemorate the Indigenous peoples who were here before us and continue to live among us. We recognize the pain caused by decades of abuse, negligence, and racism. Here as well, we would like to commit to doing better and to rectifying the errors of the past so we can move forward together.
is a country based on the rights and freedoms that are enshrined in our constitutional charter. A core reason Canada is a prosperous society is that beyond offering the freedom to pursue a better life for you and your family, it is also a way for us to provide freedom from the barriers that prevent you from enjoying a better life. Freedom from fear, violence, intimidation, and discrimination. Freedoms that foster a sense of inclusivity and belonging. Freedom that protects the vulnerable and builds stronger communities. Far too often, though, some of the loudest voices claiming to speak for freedom are the ones trying to redefine that word for their own purposes. They claim freedom as an excuse to do as they wish without any regard for the freedoms of others. This is certainly not how we should define freedom. They hide behind the word to tell us everything is broken, to spread disinformation and parrot the lines fed to them by those who wish to interfere in our elections and undermine our democracy. They weaponize the term freedom to further marginalize those in the most vulnerable situations, to justify spreading hate, and even deny people their right to make choices about their own bodies, including limits on reproductive rights. At the end of the day, through all of the noise, what they really mean to say is freedom for some, not freedom for all. Often, the people who claim to speak for freedom are the same people who want the government to decide who people can love, who they are, or even what they can wear. We see it in our country. We see it around the world. At the international level, we see it when groups or countries declare that international law doesn't apply to them. In Afghanistan, we see it taken to its extreme as the Taliban continue to impose inhumane rules against women and girls, banning them from being in public so they're invisible, robbing young girls of the fundamental right to an education. How is that respecting human dignity? How is that protecting the best interests of their people? They need to be held accountable. Last week, Canada joined Australia, Germany, and the Netherlands with the support from 22 other countries to take steps to hold Afghanistan accountable under the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. The Taliban cannot make international law disappear through simple decrees. Canada is a country that values freedom from oppression, not the freedom to oppress others. There should be nothing controversial about protecting human rights, including the dignity of all men and all women alike. On Haiti, the world cannot sit idly by as people suffer. La violence des gangs et la corruption incontrôlée.
Gang violence and unchecked corruption in Haiti have created a disaster for the population, which has plunged into deep insecurity, with civilians being shot and children dying of hunger. Canada has always maintained that this crisis must be resolved by Haitians, for Haitians. Therefore, the Presidential Council for the Transition and the Government of Transition is striving to restore order, but they can't do so alone. The Haitian people needs a multinational support and security mission that works together with the Haitian National Police, not only to help the police restore order, but also to meet the population's basic needs. That is why Canada has invested more than $100 million to support that mission. It is doing its part. We must show the Haitian people that we will not abandon them. The UN Security Council must send a clear message to this effect, and I'd like to thank them for their decision today. I also would like to thank CARICOM and Kenya for the crucial role they are playing in the response to this crisis. Together, we can bring about lasting peace and stability in Haiti.
Mr. President, what is happening in the Middle East is an unspeakable tragedy. Thousands have been killed in Israel, in Gaza, and in Lebanon, including many Canadians. This is a senseless war that goes against the dignity of human beings. The suffering on all sides must end. What the world continues to witness is a repeated cycle of violence where civilians pay the heaviest price. Canada is joining those urging Israel and Hezbollah to accept an immediate ceasefire. We need to create space for peace talks and save lives. There cannot be war in Lebanon, full stop. UN Security Council resolutions must be respected. Families in southern Lebanon and families in northern Israel must be able to safely return to their homes. We have, and always will, insist that civilians be protected wherever they're from. Next week marks 1 year since the terrorist attacks by Hamas against Israel. And last March, I visited Kibbutz Kfar Aza, one of the communities attacked on October 7. I met Ayelet, a mother grieving her son who was brutally murdered in the attack, and he died protecting his fiancée. Ayelet recounted the terror of that day, the search for loved ones in burned homes. As she spoke about the horrors of October 7th, we heard the bombs as they landed in Gaza nearby and felt the ground shudder. In that moment, the duality of the tragedy befalling the Israeli and Palestinian people was profound, and it is a moment I will never forget. The situation in Gaza is inhumane. The level of suffering is unacceptable, and it must stop. Innocent Palestinians, women and children cannot pay the price of defeating Hamas. It must end. And a ceasefire is needed immediately. Hostages must be released. This requires both sides making real efforts. Mr. President, for lasting peace, Canada has long advocated for a two-state solution. We believe both Israelis and Palestinians have the right to exist. We all know a negotiated agreement is the best chance for Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side in peace and security. Unfortunately, Hamas, a terrorist organization, continues to operate in Gaza, refuses to release hostages, and refuses to lay down its weapons. And meanwhile, the government of Israel is against the creation of a Palestinian state. Violence against Palestinians by extremist settlers and expansion of settlements by Israel in the West Bank continue unabated. And this is unacceptable. Canada supports the creation of a Palestinian state. That is why we are providing security and development support to Palestinians themselves. We will officially recognize the state of Palestine at the right time, when it is the most conducive to building a lasting peace, and not necessarily as the last step. of a negotiated process. More than anything, this conflict has led to unspeakable pain. Communities are hurting. People have the right to protest peacefully, but nobody has the freedom to intimidate others. Polarization is a real problem, and division is real. We have a collective responsibility to bring people together. Mr. President, it's now been 2.5 years since Russia launched its illegal invasion of Ukraine. The human cost continues to grow. No country has the right and the freedom to invade its neighbor, and there's no freedom to impose your will on others. This aggression is a blatant violation of the UN Charter. Russia needs to get out of Ukraine now. And the Ukrainian people have the right to be free from fear and from aggression. They have the right to decide what their own future should be. And Mr. President, we all know that if Russia's aggression goes unchecked here, it will continue. Many countries in the region and the hemisphere are wondering if they will be next. And the world must not back down in denouncing this unjustifiable aggression, and Canada will not back down from its support for Ukraine. At the end of October, Canada will host a conference co-organized with Norway and Ukraine on the human dimension of Ukraine's 10-point peace formula. We will focus on the return of children to their families, as well as deported civilians and prisoners of war. Everyone, those affected by this war, is entitled to freedom from violence and from being forced from their home. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, the issues I've just spoken about have to do with massive challenges, and this institution has a key role to play to bring us toward solutions together. The UN's detractors accuse it of being unable to resolve the problems that the world is facing today. And worse, some, one might call them conspiracy theorists, even think that the UN is the cause of some of these problems. Both of these groups are ignorant of reality and the strength of this organization. The UN is a unique platform allowing us to come together and speak to each other on an equal footing, to try to reconcile our differences, sometimes profound, through discussion and through seeking consensus. And that is why Canada supported the adoption of the Pact for the Future during the Summit of the Future held last week. The Pact is a starting point, allowing us to work together to ensure the lasting place of this organization. The UN is not perfect, true, but progress is possible. As said by Secretary General, we simply cannot build a future for our grandchildren with a system built by our grandparents. So let us build that future together. Mr. Vice President, for almost 80 years now, no woman has occupied the post of Secretary General. That is unacceptable. Last week, I had the great honor, together with my colleague from Jamaica, to host in Toronto about 15 women ministers of foreign affairs from throughout the world. Our intention is clear. The next leader of this great institution must be a woman. It is high time for us to be able to say proudly from this podium and throughout the world, Madam Secretary General. And I will say the same thing for the post of President of the General Assembly. Mr. Vice President, with all due respect, which you inspire in me as well as the President, I hope that next year the delegates will be speaking to a Madam President, and I think that many of us here today share that desire. Mr. President, let me speak to you about my mother. She will be so pleased to know that I'm speaking about her here at the United Nations. You know, my mother and my grandmother are among millions of women throughout the world who fought fiercely for equal rights. They did so alongside the mothers and grandmothers of many of those present here today in this room. Recently, my mother said that we are now part of the consolidation generation, and she's quite right.
Being part of our generation means that we need to consolidate the gains that have been made over time and fight against those who are trying to roll back this progress. It also means that we need to continue to fight so that women and girls everywhere have the right to make choices about their own bodies and their own lives. We see the difference this gap in freedoms creates. When women are robbed of the right to decide when to have children, they lose out on education and job opportunities. And when women don't have access to safe abortions, their lives are put at risk. And when women are denied access to safe contraception and fertility treatment, they lose the power to make choices that have the most profound impacts on their lives. Attacks on sexual and reproductive health rights are an attack on equality rights, and they're an affront to basic dignity. Nous devons toujours avoir
We must all have the right to choose for ourselves what kind of birth control to use. And we must be able to choose for ourselves whether to resort to abortion or assisted reproduction. We, women, have the right to be equal in everything: education, employment, and every other opportunity. We are women, and we are proud of being women. We will never back down. Together, we'll continue to move forward for our sisters, our daughters, and our granddaughters.
Mr. President, 2 years ago, I stood here and said countries around the world were faced with a choice. And we still have that choice today. We can choose a world where rules can be broken by the powerful, bringing us back to darker times of tension and conflicts. Or we can choose a world to uphold human rights, opportunities for all, peace and prosperity, where people work together to solve problems. Canada will work with partners to move us beyond this moment of crisis. A new future is being shaped. We must not fail. Thank you. Merci.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. My thanks go to the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Canada. I now give the floor to His Excellency Charles Fleming, Minister of State of Ireland. Sean Fleming, you have the floor.
President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, Secretary General and Excellencies, we gather here at a very important moment. World leaders have agreed a pact for the future, which charts a way forward to meet the challenges facing us as a global community. To do so, we must honour existing commitments, including the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda, and be ready to adapt to new and emerging challenges. It requires us to address the interlocking crises of climate change, conflict, hunger, injustice, and underdevelopment. And it requires us to protect the means to achieve progress. For generations, the multilateral system, with the UN Charter at its heart, has driven our best advances. I believe we have a shared responsibility to bring about a world in which each of us can thrive in safety, dignity, and peace. We are accountable to those who will follow us, and accountable to each other to uphold the UN Charter, to stand up for international law, to ensure the peaceful settlement of disputes, to defend the universal and indivisible nature of human rights, and to pass on to the next generation a functioning, multilateral system. Mr. President, the rules-based international order and the international human rights system are our greatest assets in achieving and sustaining peace. Human rights provide a common binding framework. We believe every state has a duty to support and strengthen the international human rights regime and to defend it where it is challenged. That is why Ireland is seeking membership of the Human Rights Council for the period 2027 to 2029. We are doing so because we deeply are committed to human rights. We wish to further contribute to the UN human rights system and the valuable work of the Human Rights Council. We hope that we can count on the support of many of you in this room here today who share our belief in the values and principles we have collectively established. We also have a duty to uphold international law and international legal order. Ireland is fully committed to supporting the essential work of the International Court of Justice and calls on all states to abide by its rulings. Ireland is also wholly committed to the international criminal justice system. The International Criminal Court is a cornerstone of that system and must be allowed to pursue its mandate without fear or favour. We strongly condemn all attempts to intimidate or threaten the ICC, its officials, or those cooperating with the court. There can be no impunity for the most serious crimes of international concern. Mr. President, we're seeing a global backlash against the human rights of women and girls. The gender persecution in Afghanistan stands out for its cruelty and must be denounced. In too many parts of our world, we see hard-won progress threatened and even reversed. We cannot accept this. Our commitment to gender equality must be non-negotiable. We must also address the unacceptable rise in attacks on the right to life, liberty and security of LGBTQI people in all corners of the world. And we must unequivocally condemn all forms of racism, intolerance and hatred, including anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim hatred and the persecution of Christians. Mr. President, we are already seeing the destructive impact of climate change. It is clear that climate change is the driver and multiplier of instability and conflict. Ireland worked hard to address this during our recent term on the Security Council. Climate change threatens each and every one of us. From small island developing states in the Pacific and the Caribbean and elsewhere to countries in Africa, Asia and Latin America. Those who have contributed least to climate change are among the most vulnerable to its impacts. This is an enormous injustice. As we approach COP29, we must do everything we can to reduce fossil fuel emissions. As a fellow island state, Ireland is working to support adaptation and loss and damage activities. We need collective action at speed and at scale to avert the most catastrophic impacts of the climate crisis. Ireland and our EU partners will play our role. At the UN last year and again at the Pact for the Future, we have recommitted to the Sustainable Development Goals. Now we need to act with urgency as progress on these targets falters. Ireland's international development budget is at record levels and per capita. We are one of the strongest providers of humanitarian assistance on this planet. We are firmly committed to global solidarity and to reaching the furthest behind first. We will maintain our focus on action to end hunger and malnutrition, and especially the needless global scandal of child wasting and stunting. We will remain champions of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. Mr. President, we face the very real prospect of a regional war in the Middle East. I am deeply concerned at the spiralling violence and the situation in Lebanon. Hezbollah has long been a malign actor in the Lebanon and in the region. We have consistently condemned its attacks. But massive and ongoing Israeli airstrikes on densely populated areas are causing indiscriminate death of civilians and destruction on a vast scale. Hundreds of thousands have been forced to flee. A ground war would be truly catastrophic. All parties to conflict have an obligation to abide by the international humanitarian law. There can be no exceptions. I call on all parties to immediately de-escalate, to step back from the brink, and to exercise restraint. And I call on all states that have influence, including Iran, to use it constructively. We need to create the space for political and diplomatic solutions and to ensure urgent humanitarian assistance can get to those in desperate need. The violence must stop now. Mr. President, the scale of death and destruction and human misery in Gaza is truly horrific and completely unacceptable. Ireland has consistently condemned Hamas for its heinous attacks in Israel on the 7th of October. The taking of hostages is unconscionable. However, Israel's response has been and is completely disproportionate. We need an immediate ceasefire and hostage deal, followed by a massive surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Instead, we are seeing an alarming escalation of the conflict in the West Bank and now in Lebanon. The violence and killing must stop. It has long been clear that the only viable basis for a lasting peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians is a two-state solution. The recent adoption by the General Assembly of a resolution on the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice is a step in the right direction. The international community must now act to implement it. Ireland supports the global initiative launched last week here in New York to support the two-state solution. I encourage states to join in this shared effort. Mr. President, Russia's unjustifiable war of aggression against Ukraine represents a severe threat to the global multilateral system. A challenge to the norm that borders cannot be changed by force should concern us all very deeply. We should all be deeply concerned by defiance of the UN Charter by a permanent member of the Security Council. Undermining the rules-based order on which each of our security depends should concern us all. The transfer of ballistic missiles by Iran to North Korea to Russia for use in Ukraine is totally unacceptable. These transfers are unlawful and threaten international peace and security, and they must stop. This is not just a European security concern. This is a war with global impacts on food security and on energy and commodity prices. Too often, it is those who are least able to respond who suffer the most. And it is a colonial war about annexing the territory and destroying the identity of a United Nations member state. That is why Ireland is committed to holding Russia accountable for its actions and to bringing about a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. As the global community reaffirmed at the first summit on peace in Ukraine, the UN Charter can and must serve as the basis to achieve that peace. It is shocking that Russia has threatened the use of nuclear power in this conflict. The mere possession of nuclear weapons brings the risk of human and environmental disaster. That is why Ireland will propose a resolution to this General Assembly to further our collective scientific understanding of the dangers of these weapons. I urge all countries to join in this resolution. We cannot allow a new nuclear arms race. We must also act to prevent another arms race for weapons beyond human control, and to do so urgently, given the pace of technological development. Ireland supports the Secretary-General's call to conclude a treaty on autonomous weapon systems by the end of 2026. Mr. President, the Horn of Africa and the Sahel region are beset by multiple overlapping crises, from food insecurity, drought and flooding to actual conflict. Addressing them means working for sustainable development and human rights. The situation in Sudan is appalling. 12 million people forced from their homes. Widespread reports of abuse against civilians, particularly again against women and girls. 25 million people face crisis levels of hunger and are now facing famine. We need to see urgent action. We demand a ceasefire, humanitarian access, protection of civilians, and accountability for human rights abuses. We must do whatever it takes to pressure the parties to come back to the negotiating table and to bring an end to the destructive cycle of violence. And we need to see accountability for those who have committed these atrocities. Mr. President, as we witness these harrowing conflicts, we must not accept this situation. The world as it is now is not the world as it should be. We have seen what can be achieved by cooperation through this organisation, that the fundamental international community has managed to come together in a time of heightened tension to endorse that vision, to agree a way forward, a pact for the future, shows us what can be achieved. We continue to be united in our shared humanity. Ireland will work hard with others during this General Assembly to follow through on our words with action. Thank you very much for listening to me on behalf of Ireland.
Muchas gracias al ministro.
I thank His Excellency the Minister of State of Ireland, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Manuel José Gonçalves, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Mozambique.
Mr. President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished heads of delegations, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor that I address this august assembly and convey to your excellencies and all participants in this session a special greeting from His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. We congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang on his election as President of this session and wish him success in fulfilling his mandate. Our greetings are extended to the other members of the Bureau. We assure you of our full support in carrying out your duties. We also commend the positive work carried out by your predecessor, His Excellency Ambassador Dennis Francis, which contributed to the strengthening of our organization towards a greater approach to the peace and development agenda. We extend a word of great appreciation to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for his tireless dedication and advocacy in promoting multilateralism for global peace and security. Mr. President, the current session of the General Assembly constitutes a sovereign opportunity to reinforce multilateralism, our collective action to consolidate international peace and security and global and global security for the well-being of humanity. These renewed commitments are reinforced through the deliberations of the Summit of the Future and other important high-level events recently held. We therefore welcome the theme of our general debate, which has particular importance due to its connection with the future, which requires urgency in strengthening international cooperation so that together we can face the challenges faced by humanity today to build a prosperous present and a promising future for humanity. We are aware that in just 6 years, the 2030 agenda will expire and the progress made on its implementation is still tenuous. It is urgent to mobilize the necessary resources for its financing as well as for other internationally agreed development objectives in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, we encourage all member states to accelerate the materialization of the commitments made, including the reinforcement of mutually beneficial cooperation to respond to prevailing challenges, including the fight against poverty, conflicts, terrorism, and climate change. Mr. President, Excellencies, we express our optimism about our collective future where an environment of peace and security reigns. The functioning of our global institutions must keep up with the current dynamics that are imposed upon us. Thus, we align ourselves with the voices that defend the urgency of the reform of the United Nations, especially at the level of the Security Council, for greater inclusion, particularly giving a permanent voice to the African continent, thereby correcting the historical injustice to which it has been subjected. We are encouraged by the continued collaboration between the United Nations and the African Union to overcome conflicts within the context of maintaining a peace, international peace and security. Resolution 2719, adopted by the United Nations Security Council on 21 December 2023, is a significant milestone for African Union-led peace support operations. It strengthens collaboration between the United Nations and the African Union, promoting greater regional and national ownership of peace initiatives. We hope that it will effectively ensure access to adequate, predictable, and sustainable financing required for the operations of the African Union. We believe that this collaboration will contribute to giving greater strength to efforts to prevent and resolve conflicts towards a prosperous and peaceful Africa, the Africa we want, as established in Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Mr. President, Excellencies, the concert between nations has been feasible throughout these times due to the collective observance of the sacrosanct objectives and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, including the defense of the right to self-determination of peoples, respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. It is deeply concerning the escalation of conflicts and tensions in various parts of the world. In Ukraine, unfortunately, there is still no encouraging signs for an end to the conflict. We believe that the safest path is dialogue between the parties. It is up to all of us, as members of the United Nations, to persuade the parties to the conflict, to end hostilities, and opt for a dialogue towards peace between these two countries. In the Middle East, in violations of the principles of international law and international humanitarian law, the conflict continues to take human lives among the civilian population, particularly children, women, and the elderly, as well as destroying civilian infrastructure, causing the tragedy that we unfortunately witness. We call for the cessation of hostilities and the protection of innocent civilians from the conflict. The vision of the existence of two sovereign states, Israel and Palestine, as full members of the United Nations, is the fairest formula that will ensure sustainable peace and stability in this region. In Africa, we are also concerned about the conflict in Sudan, which has killed thousands of innocent civilians, including refugees, causing an unprecedented humanitarian disaster. We reiterate our calls to the parties to the conflict to end hostilities and the need for dialogue in order to restore peace and stability. Mr. President, the use of sanctions and other unilateral coercive measures does not contribute to the preservation of peace, security, and sustainable economic and social development. Unilateralism is contrary to the multilateralism enshrined in the Charter. In this context, we reiterate our firm call for the total lifting of unilateral coercive measures imposed on Zimbabwe and Cuba, as they have significant negative impacts on the populations of these countries, harming their rights and well-being, so as to allow for more fair and equitable development. Mr. President, Excellencies, in January 2023, Mozambique assumed the biannual 2023-2024 term as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. With 3 months remaining until its end, we would like to reiterate the honor and privilege we have had in serving in that United Nations body responsible for maintaining international peace and security. In the last 2 years, Mozambique has made its direct contribution to peace and security in the world, collaborating in addressing all topics on the Security Council's agenda, amongst which we would like to highlight peace and security in Africa, combating terrorism, women, peace and security, and the nexus between climate, peace, and security. We presided over the body in March 2023 and in May 2024. We are leading the ad hoc working group for preventing and resolution of conflicts in Africa. We will soon end our mandate. We reaffirm our commitment to continue collaborating with a view to pursuing the goals that guide the United Nations Security Council to strengthen international peace and security. We therefore thank all member states for the support provided to Mozambique during its mandate and reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism and the principles and objectives set out in the United Nations Charter, which have guided our mandate since the beginning. Mr. President, Excellencies, in Mozambique, we continue to consolidate our young democracy and citizenship, strengthening dialogue and seeking consensus in the various fora of participatory representation. In this spirit, the 7th presidential and legislative elections and for the provincial assemblies will take place on the 9th of October. In the fight against terrorism in the province of Cabo Delgado, our vigorous action against this phenomenon has resulted in progress with the support of SADC and Rwanda and international cooperation partners, despite the prevailing challenges. In this regard, we would like to reiterate our appreciation and gratitude to all bilateral and multilateral partners who have spared no effort in supporting us in the fight against terrorism and for the restoration of peace and tranquility to the victim populations and for the reconstruction of economic and social infrastructures in areas affected by terrorist actions. Furthermore, our country has faced multiple and complex challenges that include exposure to risks associated with climate change, such as cyclical cyclones, droughts, and floods. These phenomena cause, on average, economic losses of around 1.1% of GDP per year. Mr. President, Excellencies, finally, we reiterate the commitment of the government of the Republic of Mozambique to international peace and security, which are essential factors for the well-being of humanity and a prosperous world. I thank you very much.
Muchas gracias al viceministro.
I thank the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Mozambique. And I now give the floor to His Excellency Sheikh Shakbout Nayan Al Nayan, Minister of State for the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to thank His Excellency Dennis Francis for his outstanding leadership of the previous session. I also congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang on assuming the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly, and I wish him success in this endeavor. From the podium of this General Assembly, a place that has always embraced our ambitions and agonies, we call upon all of you to join hands and work together to create a better world for our sons and daughters and for future generations. A better world in which they can enjoy a decent, prosperous, and stable life. A world in which all political, diplomatic, and economic capabilities and the latest technological and scientific advancements are harnessed to preserve life in all its forms. In the United Arab Emirates, we have focused on this vision. We have unleashed the wheel of progress in every field, from development, economy, and education to technology and industry. Since its inception, the UAE has adopted a transparent foreign policy based on credibility and building balanced relations with all countries. This includes supporting regional and international efforts aimed at achieving stability and reducing escalations, encouraging dialogue and building bridges, as well as resolving crises instead of merely managing them. As our world stands at a dangerous crossroads, we must redirect the compass of our international action to focus on a set of fundamental and non-negotiable principles. Most importantly, we must stand united in the face of contentious issues, support all peoples without applying double standards, ensure the protection of civilians, uphold the rule of law, as well as commit to human rights and respect the principles of good neighborliness. Returning to these basic principles has become more urgent than ever, particularly with the serious violations committed in conflicts raging in our region and around the world. These violations have deepened human suffering, erased decades of progress, and caused widespread displacement, creating massive refugee crises. This has also increased the burdens on concerned and neighboring countries, particularly with the ongoing bloody wars on the Gaza Strip, the wars in Sudan and Ukraine, and the crises taking place in Yemen, Syria, Libya, Sahel, Afghanistan, Myanmar, Haiti, and other countries. It must be recalled that even wars have rules. Parties must respect international law, including international humanitarian law. In Gaza, an immediate and lasting ceasefire must be reached. Rapid, full, and unimpeded access of humanitarian assistance at large scale must be allowed, and the hostages and detainees must be released. The relevant Security Council resolutions must also be implemented. We must act wisely in response to the rapid developments threatening our region. It is evident that what we have warned about is now unfolding beyond our control. We regret to see the war spread to Lebanon, at a time when we were hoping for an announcement about reaching a deal to end the war on Gaza. It is unacceptable to ignore the decisions and advisory opinions issued by the highest judicial body of the United Nations, namely the International Court of Justice. This includes the provisional measures issued by the court regarding the war on Gaza. In this context, we call for maintaining the security and safety of people. We must safeguard regional and international stability, including the security of international navigation, trade routes, and energy supplies. This is especially crucial in light of continued attempts by terrorist and extremist groups to exploit people's suffering for their own political goals. In the Sudan, the warring parties must stop the fighting immediately and permanently, and allow unhindered and sustainable access to humanitarian assistance across borders and conflict lines. We completely reject the continued targeting by the warring parties of civilians and their obstruction of the delivery of humanitarian assistance. We strongly condemn the blatant attack launched by the Sudanese armed forces on the residence of the ambassador of the United Arab Emirates in Khartoum on the 29th of September 2024. in flagrant violation of the fundamental principle of the inviolability of diplomatic premises and of international conventions and norms, particularly the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. We call on the warring parties to engage seriously in peace talks. In this regard, we emphasize the importance of building on the positive outcomes achieved in the meetings of the Working Group of the Aligned for Advancing Life-Saving and Peace in Sudan Group, ALPS. We commend all initiatives aimed at finding a comprehensive solution to the crisis. We must all continue working with regional and international partners to alleviate the suffering of the Sudanese people to ensure a safer and more prosperous life for them. In Ukraine, the impacts of the ongoing war have transcended seas and continents. Therefore, it is imperative to find a peaceful solution to end this conflict, which has increased global polarization, created refugee and prisoners crises, and affected global food security. Through our continued engagement with all parties, my country contributed to the release of around 2,000 prisoners of war through mediation efforts between the Russian Federation and Ukraine. We continue to push for dialogue and de-escalation, and we support recovery and reconstruction. As we speak of resolving protracted crises, we must reiterate our full support of Morocco's sovereignty over the Moroccan Sahara region, as well as for the Autonomy Initiative to maintain the territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Morocco. Mr. President, in numerous crises, my country refused to allow the international response to be obstructed by growing global polarization or obstacles imposed by warring parties. To this end, my country has sought to overcome these challenges and has utilized all available means to enable humanitarian work to continue. To help all those in need around the world, in line with our commitment to the legacy of Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, the founder of the UAE. Today, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, may God protect him, directed $100 million in urgent relief aid to the brotherly people of Lebanon to support them in facing the current challenges. When the war intensified in the Sudan, pushing millions of people towards a multidimensional humanitarian disaster, the UAE devoted its efforts to supporting the Sudanese people. We recently contributed $100 million to support UN efforts to address the humanitarian repercussions of this war in the Sudan and neighboring countries. In addition, we established 2 field hospitals in Chad to provide medical services to all those in need, including Sudanese refugees. Similarly, we spared no effort in supporting the innocent people besieged in Gaza. To this end, we have sent urgent aid by land, air, and sea, and provided treatment to the sick and injured Palestinians through the field hospital we established in Rafah and the floating hospital in Al Arish. The UAE also continues to help in evacuating the wounded and sick and their families from Gaza, most of whom are children and cancer patients, to receive the necessary treatment in UAE hospitals. We also maintained our support to UNRWA, which plays a vital role in Gaza. We welcome its recent launch of preparatory programs to resume its educational services in the Strip. We applaud the humanitarian workers for all their efforts, who provide a ray of hope in the dark shadow of war. If we want to bring an end to the 7-decade-long vicious cycle of the Palestinian issue, then we must take concrete steps towards the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, based on the two-state solution. We must also consider the establishment of a temporary international mission in the Gaza Strip upon an official request from the Palestinian government to address the humanitarian crisis, re-establish security and law, and reunite Gaza and the West Bank under a reformed Palestinian Authority. This would enable the Palestinian Authority, after it is reformed, to take firm steps towards reaching a comprehensive and just political solution for the Palestinian issue. My country believes that the state of Palestine, which just a couple of weeks ago took its new seat in this hall like every other nation, has fulfilled the requirements for full membership in this organization. It deserves to be recognized by all states as a fully fledged state under occupation. Mr. President, in parallel with our efforts in these files, my country renews its demand to Iran to end its occupation of the 3 UAE islands, Greater Toomb, Lesser Toomb, and Abu Musa. These islands are an integral part of the UAE. We will continue to urge Iran to respond to our repeated calls to resolve this issue, either through direct negotiations or by resorting to the International Court of Justice. In all other issues, the UAE believes that the best way to resolve crises is through diplomacy. We cannot fight fire with fire. When traditional approaches are no longer effective, it is our duty to renew these approaches to be able to move forward during the darkest moments of our history. Mr. President, building a secure and prosperous future requires renovating the mechanisms of multilateralism to better address the serious challenges surrounding us. Therefore, we must undertake important roles in finding solutions for conflicts and crises, particularly as the current international system has proven ineffective in preventing the most serious crimes or holding its perpetrators accountable. This requires, in the first place, reforming the Security Council through a comprehensive effort that includes all member states of the United Nations. This would allow the Security Council to restore its credibility, fulfill its mandate of maintaining international peace and security, and combat impunity, even in situations where polarization and political considerations prevent the Council from taking action. Developing and poor countries must also be at the center of any international effort. We also must ensure that women and young people are empowered to play their critical and meaningful roles in all aspects of collective action. While we are preoccupied with addressing the current reality, we must not lose sight of the importance of crisis prevention efforts. The deadliest wars in history did not break out overnight. They were a result of extremism, hate speech, and intolerance accumulating over years, if not decades. This requires taking concrete steps to uphold the principles of tolerance and peaceful coexistence and coordinate regional and international efforts to extinguish the sparks of conflict before they even start. Furthermore, collective action is the only way to address the challenges threatening the future of humanity and our planet, including climate change. The outcomes of the 28th session of the United Nations Climate Change Conference, hosted by the UAE, demonstrated what we can achieve when we work together. The historic UAE consensus, adopted by 198 countries, embodies a global consensus on developing measures to prevent global warming above 1.5 degrees Celsius and operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund to compensate the countries most affected by climate change. We will continue to cooperate with everyone to support climate action and clean and renewable energy solutions, including through the Troika of the Presidencies of the Conference of the Parties initiative with Azerbaijan and Brazil to provide a concrete response that contributes to the achievement of the objectives of international climate agreements. We will also continue our efforts to address the issue of water scarcity and provide sustainable clean water for all, including through the UN Water Conference, which we intend to host in the UAE in 2026 in partnership with Senegal. Our other initiatives in this field, most notably, our other initiative in this field is most notably the Mohammed bin Zayed Water Initiative launched this year. With this forward-looking spirit, we seek to explore and harness the potential opportunities provided by advanced technologies, as well as transform emerging technologies, such as artificial intelligence, to find innovative solutions for our businesses, lives, and government services. We believe that international attention and investments should be directed towards these technologies to accelerate sustainable development and achieve transformative shifts in addressing the challenges we face in different fields. This will allow the bridging development gaps and supporting progress for all. Mr. President, let us seize this opportunity to reform international collective action, our refuge in difficult times. Let us work together, hand in hand, to create a bright future that the next generations will be proud of. Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the Minister of State for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates. I now give the floor to His Excellency Peter Mohan Maitre Perez, Head of the Delegation of Sri Lanka.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Sri Lanka felicitates His Excellency Philomene Young of Cameroon on his election as the President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Mr. President, against the background of global turmoil, setbacks and transformations, the aspirations of this year's Assembly for a better global future resonate with those of the people of Sri Lanka. On the 23rd of September, following a transparent and peaceful electoral process and a dignified transition in keeping with our decades of democratic practice, His Excellency President Anura Kumara Dissanayake was sworn in as the 9th Executive President of Sri Lanka. The people of Sri Lanka have vested in him the mandate to realize the people's aspirations for the future and to build a sustainable foundation for future generations. His Excellency President Dissanayake has outlined to the nation his determination to put in place a united Sri Lanka and a transformed ethical political culture. A political culture echoing the wishes of the people. His future trajectory combines nation building based on public trust in governance and in the political system through accountability, integrity, and the elimination of waste and corruption. In the words of His Excellency President Anura Kumara Dissanayake, quote, "We are launching a unified Sri Lankan nation that respects diversity, fully ending an era of division based on race, religion, caste, and class." Close quotes. In order to achieve these objectives, the government has recognized that it is crucial to reinforce stability and confidence in the economy and stimulate growth. The government will work within commitments to reach macroeconomic stability through the framework of international financial institutions and in negotiations with sovereign and private external stakeholders. The government is acutely aware of the hardships that have been faced by the people in the process of economic transition. Measures will therefore be put in place to generate greater resources for enhanced public expenditure and welfare to raise the living standards of our people with equity and justice. Mr. President, the recent vote for change by the people of Sri Lanka presents us with a renewed opportunity, and we are determined to succeed, including with the support of our friends in the international community. Mr. President, despite our consensus on the Pact of the Future, this year's UNGA takes place at a moment of profound global crisis on multiple fronts. In the Middle East, we are closer to wider regional conflagration than when we convened last week, and the humanitarian suffering in Gaza gets worse by the day. The achievements of the SDGs now appears beyond our reach, and we are off target on the Paris climate goal to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels. Big power rivalries and geopolitical tensions have reignited and widened, and new rifts are reappearing on north-south lines. Racism, intolerance, discrimination, and xenophobia against migrants are on the rise. Theaters of conflict and tension have opened up on land and in oceans. The developments in the digital realm provides a fertile ground for proliferation of disinformation and hate speech, with the potential of violence. Mr. President, the lingering impact of the pandemic have reverberated throughout the global economy, creating profound economic insecurities, threatening free trade and leading to protectionist barriers. We are spending more on weapons than ever before in the past, and regrettably, the use of nuclear weapons is in mainstream discourse. New domains are being weaponized, including outer space and cyberspace, while the use of AI is challenging international humanitarian law in the battlefield. Excellencies, today a large number of developing countries, including my own, face a debt crisis of unprecedented proportions. This debt distress severely impedes our ability to invest in sustainable development, as we are unable to meet these financial obligations while simultaneously investing in the future and the well-being of our people. It is a fact that financing challenges remain at the heart of the sustainable development crisis. As per the Financing for Sustainable Development report of 2024, the SDG financing gap is between US dollars 2.5 to 4 trillion. Staggering, isn't it? Mr. President, given these immense challenges, the need for comprehensive reform of the global financial architecture has never been more pressing. The current international debt resolution framework has failed to respond adequately and efficiently to contemporary challenges. The global landscape has changed dramatically, with global debt, particularly in the developing world, increasingly controlled by international bond markets and non-Paris Club lenders. Think about it. It is therefore time that we review the architecture's traditional moorings. We must urgently reform this system to reflect the new economic landscape. It is therefore necessary, we say, to find a more efficient, comprehensive, and equitable way to address the debt crisis. Mr. President, other institutions of global governance that reflect the world of the past century need to be reformed to meet the challenges of the present and the future. The composition of the Security Council must be expanded to be representative of current global diversity and decision-making. In parallel, the role of the United Nations General Assembly, the most representative primary organ of the United Nations, where all countries have an equal voice, must be strengthened and revitalized. Mr. President, Sri Lanka's commitment to maintaining global peace and security has been unwavering. We recognize that peacekeeping is one of the most effective tools to the United Nations to help member states to manage the difficult phase of transitioning from conflict to peace. Sri Lanka has been contributing to United Nations peacekeeping operations in some of the most hostile and demanding deployments. Over 23,000 men and women from Sri Lanka, armed forces and police have contributed to ensuring international peace and security under the UN banner over the past 6 decades and has been commended for high-caliber service. Mr. President, beyond economic recovery, we face an even greater existential threat, the ongoing climate crisis, and the accompanying need for a just energy transition. Although our development strategy has not contributed to climate degradation, Sri Lanka has taken concrete steps to address these challenges. We will increase our nation's forest coverage and increase renewable energy in our energy mix. It is time for developed countries, Mr. President, to fulfill their obligations and assume their fair share of responsibilities under the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. We need their support in mitigation and adaptation efforts, as well as compensation for loss and damage. Without a concerted international effort, Mr. President, to bridge the climate financing gap, the burden of climate impacts will continue to fall most heavily on those least responsible for the crisis. Sri Lanka is committed to phase out coal by 2040 and reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. As a climate vulnerable country, Sri Lanka has been advocating for operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund and called for climate justice. There is therefore an urgent need, we say, for increased climate financing, especially for vulnerable developing nations like Sri Lanka. Mr. President, two other critical issues which are also relevant to Sri Lanka as an island nation were part of the discourse during this year's high-level week. Sea level rise is an imminent reality affecting millions. While Sri Lanka has taken mitigatory measures nationally, as included in the National Adaptation Plan for Climate Change, it is through concerted international action that solutions can be implemented to halt the global warming that is the cause of sea level rise. Sri Lanka initiated the UNGA resolution on declaring 1st of March as the World Seagrass Day to bring international attention and awareness on a small but significant aspect of universal importance of combating climate change. Sri Lanka has further been recognized for its contribution to mangrove regeneration programs as a 2024 World Restoration Flagship by the United Nations under the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. Mr. President, antimicrobial resistance has become a critical public health issue the world over, with bacterial resistance linked to around 5 million deaths worldwide annually. Alarming. AMR, if not contained, has the potential to spiral into a development issue, as well with life expectancies declining worldwide. We welcome the target of mobilizing US $100 million through the Antimicrobial Resistance Multi-Partner Trust Fund to ensure that 60% of countries have funded action plans by 2030. However, international cooperation, Mr. President, and sustainable financing must increase to meet this goal. Mr. President, as we seek solutions to global challenges, we must harness the power of technology and innovation. Digital technologies and artificial intelligence offer unprecedented opportunities to accelerate sustainable development. Sri Lanka aims for sustained growth by innovation and envisages an equitable digital transformation through the establishment of accessible digital public infrastructure. At the same time, we call for increased capacity building and technical assistance to bridge the global digital divide and empower all countries to leverage these tools for the betterment of their people. Mr. President, the General Assembly's theme calls on us to leave no one behind and to act together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. In Sri Lanka, 38% of our total population is youth, which is the most capable and dynamic resource that can contribute to our future development. Sri Lanka advocates for increased youth participation in decision-making processes. After all, the Declaration on Future Generation is theirs. Simultaneously, the new Sri Lanka will realize the aspirations of a just society with greater empowerment for women who make up to 52% of our population. Mr. President, as we look towards the future, We must also address one of the gravest injustices that this Assembly has inherited from the past. Sri Lanka has repeatedly voiced its concern over the dire humanitarian situation in the occupied Palestinian territories. We reiterate our support for the recognition of the legitimate and inalienable right of the Palestinian people to statehood and join the call for a two-state solution based on the 1967 borders in line with all UN resolutions. As a country, Mr. President, that has suffered separatist terrorism for decades, we condemn the terrorist attacks in the Middle East and elsewhere in the world. Sri Lanka calls for complete and unconditional lifting of all unilateral coercive measures imposed against any country, as they hinder free trade, right to development, and have unintended humanitarian consequences. Mr. President, as an island country, we are concerned about the present environmental and geopolitical aspects relating to the oceans. We want our oceans to be free of rivalry, free of conflicts, free of pollution, and to be able to sustainably manage our marine resources. The UNCLOS, with its cohesive and universal nature, provides us with a say in shaping the global maritime system. Sri Lanka remains committed to the balance and collaboration embedded within the treaty, enabling freedom of navigation and sustainable use of the oceans, respecting the sovereignty of the coastal states. Mr. President, we must recognize that global challenges demand global solutions. In our interconnected world, no country can solve these complex problems in isolation. We must strengthen our international institutions, enhance knowledge sharing, and foster strong relationships. We must work together equitably, ensuring all voices are heard in shaping our shared future. It is encouraging, I say, that several developing countries are on the cusp of becoming the leading economies of tomorrow. We must bolster South-South cooperation to foster economic growth, social progress, and sustainable development among us. However, South-South cooperation is not a substitute, we appreciate, for the responsibilities of the Global North as set out in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda and the Paris Agreement. Mr. President, in conclusion, as Sri Lanka embarks on a path of national unity, ethical governance, and economic recovery, and growth with justice and equity under a new leadership, we reiterate our commitment to multilateral cooperation in pursuit of peace, of prosperity, and of sustainability. We must harness the power of international solidarity, my dear friends, to confront the interconnected challenges before us, as well as to explore durable solutions to the generations to come. I thank you, Mr. President.
Muchísimas gracias al jefe.
I thank the head of the delegation of Sri Lanka. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Song Kim, head of the delegation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished representatives, allow me first of all to congratulate you, Mr. Philemon Yang, on your election as President of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly. I am confident that your able stewardship will lead this session to an excellent fruition. Mr. President, the current session of the UNGA is convened at a time when the existence and development of humanity is faced with unprecedented serious crises and challenges. armed conflicts and bloodshed continue unabated in various parts of the world, with the situation in Gaza still going on for almost a year, taking the lives of the tens of thousands of innocent civilians and creating the most appalling humanitarian crisis since the World War II. To make matters worse, ever-worsening abnormal weather conditions like extreme high temperature, drought, torrential rain, and flood cause massive human and material losses, coupled with such problems as food and energy crisis, unemployment, and poverty and social inequality. In addition, confrontation, bloc forming, and unilateralism prevail over the spirit of cooperation, unity, and multilateralism, which run through the UN Charter, thus creating obstacles to tiding of international crisis. Therefore, I expect that this general debate, true to its theme and spirit, will serve as a significant occasion in overcoming the challenges and crises threatening humanity's existence and development, defending the UN-centered multilateral system, and promoting peace and advancement of the present and future generations. Mr. President, I consider it important for each and every UN member state to fully discharge its responsibility with a view to overcoming present crisis and promoting social progress and better standards of living as stated in the UN Charter. From this viewpoint, I'd like to outline the principled stand of the Dprk government and its efforts directed to achieving socio-economic development, defending regional peace and stability, and realizing international justice. Today, the world is faced with challenges with no exception to the Dprk as well. However, valuable successes are being recorded in the socio-economic field, thanks to the correct line of the government and its steady implementation. First, the Dprk government puts it as the primary state policy to keep supplying the children under school age with dairy products and provide school children with essential stationery at the state's expense. As a result of the strenuous execution of the policy, we witness continued improvement in the quality of childcare and education. We also find an outcome of our effort to achieve a sustainable development of the national economy. The trend of growth continues in various fields, such as light industry and agriculture, and remarkable successes are registered in promoting the welfare of the people, including the work to provide all residents of both urban and rural areas with new dwelling houses free of charge. In particular, the Dprk government newly adopted the policy for regional development and is paying primary attention to its practical implementation. The Dprk government's regional development policy aims to effect epoch-making enhancement in socio-economic, material, and cultural standards on a nationwide scale by bridging the gap between the capital and provincial cities, between urban and rural areas, and develop all sectors and regions of the country in a balanced and simultaneous way within a 10-year time frame. This will be an effective contribution of the Dprk to the attainment of the SDGs on achieving sustainable development for everyone, ensuring no one is left behind. The Dprk's regional development policy is firmly assured of its feasibility, as it is based on scientific accuracy and justness. In 10 years' time, the world will witness a completely changed development of the Dprk. Mr. President, aforementioned work for socio-economic development in the Dprk is never done in a peaceful and normal security environment. Peaceful and stable external environment is very dear to us who aspire to overall development and prosperity of the state. And yet, the security threat forced upon us from the outside is all the more increasing with the passage of time. Last year, I stated on this podium that the situation on the Korean Peninsula was nearing to the brink of a nuclear conflict. 1 year has passed since then. Now the security landscape of the Korean Peninsula is quite different from that time and becoming much more acute. From the beginning of this year, the U.S. and its allies have staged joint military exercises one after another with various code names such as Freedom Shield, Freedom Edge, and Combined Air Drill in the vicinity of the Dprk, thus heightening military tension and hostile atmosphere in the region. Much more serious is the fact that the anti-Dprk nuclear war machine nuclear consultative group engineered by the US and ROK last year is now in full operation, and simulation nuclear war drills are conducted to put into practice an actual attempt to use nuclear weapons against the Dprk. Joining here are the member states of NATO, which is an outside force beyond the region and an exclusive military bloc. They are strengthening military cooperation with the US and ROK, abusing the signboard of a UN command, which should have been dismantled decades ago in accordance with the UNGA resolution. They are stirring up military confrontation still further by deploying warships and aircraft in the hotspot region of the Korean Peninsula. Such being the case, they blame us for threatening them and the peace and stability of the region and beyond with the nuclear weapons. Then who had developed and used nuclear weapons against humanity for the first time in history? Who has introduced nuclear weapons into the Korean Peninsula in the last century and posed a nuclear threat to the Dprk over the century? Who on earth is talking unhesitatingly about the end of regime of a sovereign state and maintaining first use of nuclear weapons against the Dprk as its national policy? It is not that the Dprk's position of nuclear weapons makes the U.S. hostile towards us. The truth is that the U.S. hostility and nuclear threat to the Dprk for over 70 years compelled us to make a historic decision to possess nuclear weapons. Our nuclear weapons were just made and exist to defend ourselves. As such, any talk about our nuclear threat only proves a conceived hostility towards the Dprk. The security environment of the Korean Peninsula is bound to be intricately complicated through to the next generation as well, unless the US and its followers change their confrontational and aggressive nature. Under such circumstances, it is an indispensable exercise of sovereign rights for the Dprk to maintain powerful strength capable of defending national security interests and guaranteeing peaceful development. The situation on the Korean Peninsula has not entered into war, even though it is fraught with extreme tension. It is totally attributable to our country's powerful war deterrence, which helps stave off threat of aggression and keep the balance of power in the region. Therefore, we continue to increase our war deterrence capabilities, not only from our obligation to ensure national security, but also from our mission to maintain peace and security in the region and beyond. Comrade Kim Jong-un, president of the State Affairs of the Dprk, said that we can choose either dialogue or confrontation, but we should go further in getting ourselves fully prepared for confrontation. This is the review and conclusion drawn from the 30-year-long Dprk-US relations, he said. When it comes to the right to self-defense, a legitimate right of a sovereign state, we will never go back to the point in the far-off past. When it comes to the national prestige, we will never bargain over it with anyone, for it was gained through the bloody struggle of the entire Korean people. Whoever takes office in the United States, we will only deal with a state entity called the U.S., not the mere administration. Likewise, any U.S. administration will have to face the Dprk, which is different from what the U.S. used to think. Mr. President, it is the invariable external policy of the Dprk government to champion justice and peace, aspire after progress and development, and promote friendship and solidarity. This is also the idea running through the UN Charter. From this viewpoint, the Dprk government stands strongly against the acts of dividing international political arena into two camps with unlawful double standards, giving precedence to their hegemonic interests and disturbing peace and stability. At present, many factors obstruct attainment of the SDGs set forth by the UN. The most critical among them are the high-handedness, arbitrariness, and double standards of the US and certain UN member states. Since October last year, the indiscriminate massacre by Israeli authorities has claimed more than 40,000 Palestinian civilian lives in Gaza Strip, including many children and women, and thus exposed a nation to a complete extinction. The UN exists to prevent the recurrence of the scourge of war that had inflicted untold sufferings to mankind. It is really shameful and deplorable that such act against humanity has persisted for 1 year. It is highly imaginable that one state is immune to any censure and sanction, even after committing such a horrible massacre. This is entirely due to the patronage of the US, a permanent member of the UN Security Council. The US has vetoed UNSC resolutions on bringing peace to the Middle East on as many as 5 occasions, overriding the wishes of the international community to see the ethnic cleansing stopped by its ally. This is how the US has discredited the authority of the UN and incited crime against humanity. This notwithstanding, the US is branding as a threat and provocation the legitimate exercise of the right to self-defense by a sovereign state, which did not do any harm to anyone. As for the Ukrainian situation dragged on for almost 3 years by the US and Western countries, they are shifting the responsibility on other countries, even though it was the result of eastward expansion of NATO and provision of lethal equipment amounting to astronomical sum of money to their ally. The reason behind the US's abusive invectives about the normal developmental relations between other countries is in fact to vindicate its unprincipled political and military support to its ally and justify the forming of military alliances on a global scale. Justice or injustice is judged according to whether the actor is pro-US or an independent country, and the United Nations is misused for political aims of an individual country. Such reality should no longer be tolerated and allowed. I once again express a serious concern with a strong denunciation over the fact that peace and security in many parts of the world are seriously threatened, and the spirit of the UN Charter is debased by the arbitrariness and high-handedness of a single arrogant permanent member state of the UN Security Council. I also express deep condolences to the Palestinian victims of the Israeli genocide and their bereaved families, and extended unchanged support and solidarity to the Syrian people in their struggle to regain the occupied Golan Heights and safeguard territorial integrity. Mr. President, the reform of the present global governance regime should be oriented to realizing impartiality, equity, and justice. The United Nations will regain its sacred image only when it strictly adheres to the principles of sovereign equality, non-interference in internal affairs, impartiality, and objectivity, and eliminates high-handedness and arbitrariness, as well as biased double standards practices in all activities in conformity with the purposes and principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Mr. President, a just, peaceful, and prosperous world remains the desire of the Dprk as ever. It is the consistent stand of the Dprk government to make positive efforts with independence against imperialism as its immutable first national policy to realize international justice based on the respect for sovereignty, non-interference in internal affairs, equality, and mutual benefit, and establish a new international order. The Dprk will in the future too cooperate with all the countries and nations which oppose and reject aggression, interference, domination, and subordination, and aspire to independence and justice, transcending differences in ideals and systems. We will also develop diversified exchanges and cooperation with the countries that respect our country and take a friendly attitude to us. Thank you.
I thank the head of the delegation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And I now give the floor to His Excellency Tibouori Tito, head of the delegation of the Republic of Kiribati.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to greet you all on behalf of the President, the government, and the people of the Republic of Kiribati. At the outset, I wish to join other delegations in congratulating Your Excellency, Mr. Philomena Yang, the government and the people of Cameroon on your election as the President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and to assure you of Kiribati's full support and cooperation as you steer our work over the next 12 months. We also acknowledge with gratitude the effort and work of the outgoing President of the 78th session, His Excellency Dennis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago, for his leadership for the past year. It is with immense pride and a deep sense of responsibility that Kiribati stands before this assembly, marking the 25 years of its membership of the United Nations. A quarter of a century ago, on 14 September 1999, Kiribati joined this esteemed body and became the 186th member of this UN family. Believing that the challenges we face as a small island nation are inextricably linked to the fate of the global community. As we celebrate this milestone, we honor the path that we have walked with our global partners, and we reaffirm our commitment to the core principles of the United Nations: peace, justice, human rights, responsibility, and respect, and sustainable development. Mr. President, the theme for us now, leaving no one behind and acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, cannot be more relevant and timely as global conflicts escalate, causing widespread destruction, displacing people, and leaving millions neglected and marginalized. The theme reminds us that despite the ongoing crisis, we must stand firmly together as responsible leaders and representatives of the 193 member nations of this greatest multinational organization, and recommit ourselves to do together whatever is necessary to get the world back on the path of peace, progress, and prosperity. Mr. President, what we witness in the world today and for the past 79 years suggests that the Founding Fathers' inspiration for lasting peace is far from being realized. The theme is therefore a timely reminder not to lose hope over the heartbreaking scenes before us, but to re-energize our unity, solidarity, and collective determination to overcome the forces that stand against multilateralism that our United Nations family embodies. This is why Kiribati reaffirms the critical importance of reinvigorating multilateralism the United Nations must remain the central platform for collective and global action, as no single nation can address the complexities of today's challenges on its own, be it pandemics, terrorism, conflicts, human trafficking, climate change, to name a few. Mr. President, it cannot be disputed that the UN that was created in 1945 by 51 founding members to restore and maintain world peace and security out of the ash and devastation of World War II has now become the largest international organization on earth that deals with all aspects of human livelihood and well-being to such an extent that its core function of maintaining world peace and improving living standards has been greatly thwarted. This is further exacerbated by the lack of unity and solidarity among member states, coupled with a persistent lack of respect for the UN Charter and for the rights and sovereignty of nations under the Charter. The apparent lack of unity and solidarity within the membership of this family is very much evident in the inability of members to stand united on issues of common concern, the increasing polarization of global issues, and the proliferation of exclusive groupings which tend to breed more disunity and distrust among members. Mr. President, the success or failure of the United Nations in its core mission depends not only on the dedication, commitment, and persistence of its leadership and membership, but also on the quality of the collaboration between the two. The theme is a reminder of the need to gauge the performance of the United Nations against its core mission of maintaining world peace, improving living standards, and the promotion of human rights and freedoms. In this vein, our collective deliberation at this 79th session must shape a more effective path for the United Nations, ensuring it meets the pressing challenges of our time and serves all nations equitably. Considering the significant disparity between the United Nations' intended mission and its actual outcomes, an in-depth analysis is needed to explore why the organization has not been successful in preventing and resolving conflicts. It is important that the root causes of these failures are identified and addressed. Equally important is the need to stress the crucial role of the UN Secretary General, jointly with the P5 members of the Security Council, in putting a stop to ongoing conflicts and in preventing new ones from erupting. On the Security Council reform, Mr. President, in order to make the United Nations fit to deal effectively with new and complex challenges confronting humanity at this time, Kiribati supports the call for an overdue reform of the Security Council to ensure that it reflects the realities of today's world. We believe that permanent membership of the Council should be expanded to be more inclusive and representative, including allowing seats for small island developing states and the other vulnerable countries, so as to ensure that the perspectives and needs of the most vulnerable nations are heard and addressed. Mr. President, my country firmly believes that members' respect for the UN Charter and for each other's rights and sovereignty is key to the peace of the world and to the efficient and effective functioning of the United Nations multilateralism. It is therefore paramount importance that each one of us recommit ourselves now to fully respect the Charter and each other's rights and sovereignty. Of equal importance is a renewal of faith and trust in each other as members of this United Nations family. On peacekeeping and international security, Mr. President, peacekeeping remains a cornerstone of international cooperation for maintaining global security and stability. Kiribati is grateful to have contributed to this effort by deploying police personnel to support the United Nations peacekeeping mission in South Sudan. Kiribati remains steadfast in its belief that global peace can only be achieved through collective action, and we will continue to play our part in this regard. Mr. President, Kiribati firmly believes that a country without peace, as is now seen in the case of countries that are currently devastated by wars and conflicts, cannot undertake any meaningful development while their people are deprived of enjoying a normal way of life and forced to live in refugee camps or as homeless people surviving through charity and humanitarian donations. People living in such dire conditions have no way of becoming economically productive in order to feel a sense of human pride and dignity, and cannot voluntarily free themselves out of such a predicament until the conflict has been resolved. Peace restored and life is back to normal. In other words, development and human dignity are not achievable without peace. Peace must be achieved first. On the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, Mr. President, Kiribati's unwavering commitment to global peace is deeply rooted in the tragic history with nuclear weapons. As a nation that has witnessed harsh and destructive, long-lasting consequences of nuclear testing, Kiribati remains steadfast in our support for the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, a landmark agreement that represents a collective effort to eliminate the threat of nuclear weapons from our world through complete nuclear disarmament. And we stand in solidarity with the other states in advocating for a world free of nuclear weapons. Mr. President, Kiribati recently launched its first ever foreign policy during its 45th National Day celebration on 12 July this year. This landmark document principally seeks to enhance the policy objectives that the core pillars of Kiribati's vision for 20 years. It captures the way forward on how we seek to engage effectively and strategically with our partners in areas of shared and mutual interest. And it seeks to develop our nation and people, while at the same time protecting our right to self-determination over our huge ocean and airspace territory. Mr. President, let me at this juncture highlight Kiribati's views and perspectives on some pertinent issues for small islands, such as climate change and sea level rise, the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, marine conservation and protection, and the Pact of the Future, and on the crucial link between peace, sustainable development, human dignity, and the concept of leaving no one behind, as highlighted in the theme. Mr. President, Kiribati's designation as a least developed country reflects not only our economic challenges, but also our acute vulnerability to climate change. Kiribati's geographical isolation from world major markets, coupled with the volatility of global commodity prices and the increasing frequency of extreme weather patterns, exacerbates our development challenges. The high cost of imports, limited export opportunities, and reliance on fluctuating external markets further strain our efforts to achieve sustainable growth and development. Our graduation status from the LDC category, which had been deferred to a later date, remains at the back of our minds and what it would mean for us in the future, given these unprecedented challenges. It is for this reason Mr. President, among others, we recognize the Multi-Dimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, potential as a more fitting measure of vulnerability for all developing states. On climate change, Mr. President, we believe that humanity must be well informed about the riches and the resources of the planet that are finite and must not be overexploited to the extent that the planet's Earth's health and wealth is compromised, as is now evident in the climate crisis caused by the overexploitation of the planet's resources during the past century of industrialization. While the international dialogue on climate change has been extensive, Kiribati urges that we move beyond words to concrete action. The commitments made in the international forums, including the COP meetings, must translate into tangible results on the ground. As we continue to advocate for mitigation, it is clear that adaptation and resilience building are critical for low-lying atolls like Kiribati. Coastal protection remains a priority for Kiribati, and while adaptive measures such as the planting of mangroves and demarcating of seagrass continues, there is a dire need for interventions in hard infrastructure such as resilient seawall. Climate change is undeniably the driving force behind sea level rise. Kiribati continues to grapple with the challenges posed by sea level rise, which endangers our land, agriculture, and our way of life. The AOSIS Declaration on Sea Level Rise and Statehood encourages our dedication to building resilience against climate impacts and emphasizes the urgent need for global action. The United Nations recognition of the profound impacts of climate change and sea level rise through the establishment of high-level platform to address sea level rise during this session is a notable and welcome step. It reflects the urgency of addressing climate change and its devastating consequences on vulnerable communities worldwide, in line with the commitment of the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy. We strongly advocate for global climate action, including maintaining the 1.5 degree Celsius goal and addressing sea level rise as essential to safeguarding the livelihoods, identity, sovereignty, and security of the Pacific Island communities, especially low-lying atolls, which are only 2 or 3 meters above sea level. On sustainable development goals, Mr. President, as we continue our journey towards achieving sustainable development goals by 2030, Kiribati has localized SDG in a 20-year development roadmap or vision called KV20, with its primary aim to make Kiribati a healthy, wealthy, and most peaceful nation by 2036. This localization effort ensures that the SDGs are not merely theoretical goals that are embodied in our national policy projects and initiatives. Sustainable development is crucial for the long-term resilience and prosperity of Kiribati and other small island developing states. However, the realization of these goals require enhanced capacity development, technology transfer, and stronger data support systems to better meet the unique and special circumstances of vulnerable countries. Kiribati also commits and looks forward to the implementation of the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda, ABAS, focusing several key areas aimed at promoting sustainable development, resilience, and addressing the unique challenges faced by small and developing states, such as climate change, resilience, sustainable economic development, access to financing, biodiversity, conservation, to name a few. ABAS reflects the need for tailored solutions that recognize the unique circumstances of states while promoting sustainable development and resilience against external shocks. On marine conservation and protection, Mr. President, fisheries continue to hold prominence as a priority sector within our KBS vision for 20 years plan. Given that ocean resources are significantly contribute largely to our economy. Kiriba's huge reliance on the tuna fishing license revenue, which finances about 70% of the government's annual expenditure budget, makes it mandatory for the government to take special care of the health of the marine environment, as evidenced in its adoption of the marine spatial planning of its entire 3.5 million square kilometer of its tuna-rich ocean resource. In order to promote public awareness and participation in marine protection and conservation, a number of programs have been launched in some villages and communities in which people are encouraged to make village-based rules protecting fisheries in the areas against overexploitation and sanctioning offenders in accordance with well-accepted cultural practices. However, our limited capacity in monitoring the surveillance of our large economic zone are highly susceptible to illegal, unregulated, and reported fishing, IUU, fishing expeditions. Considering our heavy reliance on our fisheries for livelihood and revenue, Kiribati remains deeply committed, concerned about the ongoing challenge of IUU, which undermines not only our national effort to sustainably manage marine resources, but also global progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. IUU fishing significantly impacts our national economy by depleting fish stocks, undermining sustainable fishing practices, and reducing revenue for local fisheries. This threatens the economic stability and the livelihood of our people dependent on fishing. We acknowledge the assistance of our partners rendered in addressing this gap and in providing the surveillance support. Kiribati calls upon the international community to strengthen cooperation and action to combat IUU fishing, ensuring that sustainable fisheries management become a reality for all nations, especially those most vulnerable to its impact. Kiribati is acutely aware of the profound significance of the ocean to our livelihood, culture, and environment. And this is why we invest a lot of effort in the preservation and protection of our marine environment. On the Pact of the Future, Mr. President, Kiribati applauds the Secretary General for his great initiative for bringing the whole world together to re-energize the United Nations as it approaches its 80th year anniversary, so that it remains relevant and vital for the peace, progress, and prosperity of humanity in the future. The proposed Pact for the Future offers an essential roadmap strengthening global cooperation on key issues including climate change, digital transformation, and peace building. We fully support the development of the Global Digital Compact, which will help bridge the digital divide and ensure that small island developing states like Kiribati are not left behind in the digital age. It is vital that the international community takes bold steps to strengthen global governance mechanisms, fostering inclusive multilateralism that benefits all countries, particularly the most vulnerable. We believe that the success of these initiatives will be key to achieving sustainable development, peace, and security for future generations. Mr. President, as I conclude, I express our hope for the future. Kiribati family believes that together we can unite in action and commitment, ensuring that no country is left behind in our pursuit of a more sustainable and in a world where peace, sustainable development, and human dignity are advanced for the present and future generations. Let us make the 79th session a time to renew our unity, solidarity, and togetherness for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. We believe that together we can make it, and together we can do it. Thank you.
I thank the head of the delegation of Kiribati, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Siad Douale, head of the delegation of Djibouti.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, at the outset, I wish to very warmly congratulate His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly, for the 79th session, and I assure him of the full support of the Republic of Djibouti as he implements his mandate. The topic that you have chosen for this session, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, encapsulates and reveals what millions of human beings are calling for all around the world. A world that is less unequal, more cohesive, more peaceful and prosperous. A world where unity is not mistaken for the negation of individuality, and where the recognition of a common destiny channels everyone's energy into forging a better common future. We reiterate our gratitude to your predecessor, Mr. Dennis Francis, for his outstanding work as well. Mr. President, the world is undergoing a perilous period, a period characterized by disorder and uncertainty. We see the crisis at several levels. Conflicts have proliferated and have become increasingly violent. The conflicts in Ukraine and in Gaza continue to rage without us being able to agree on the conditions to conclude a ceasefire agreement. Terrorism has gained ground in several parts of the world, including on the African continent, where the way that it has metastasized is a source of concern for us. The deficit in annual financing for the SDGs has deepened dangerously every day, and many countries are facing a financially difficult situation, which is aggravated by multiple external shocks and the burden of debt. The crisis of confidence among member states has affected the multilateral system while sapping its credibility. The risk of geoeconomic fragmentation and trade wars are a set of factors that negatively impact world economic growth. They produce a chaos that drowns out the interests and the voices of developing countries. We've already taken stock of this situation during the discussions for the celebration of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. We will not return to that assessment. The question now is to know whether we are capable of utilizing the window of opportunity for renewal that is open to us, because fortunately, such windows of opportunity do exist. We must redouble our efforts, overcome our divisions, and undertake collective action to put an end to conflicts, to put in place policies, investment programs, and partnerships to make up for the delays in the implementation of the SDGs, and to reform international financial institutions so that they are able to respond promptly and effectively to the emergencies and the systemic shocks facing many countries in the world. Mr. President, financial institutions must provide developing countries with greater subsidies and access to financing under favorable conditions while maintaining their risk tolerance for investments in sustainable development. This includes the use of innovative risk instruments. These solutions need to be discussed, and their implementation should be addressed in greater depth at the Economic and Social Council, whose role and position must be strengthened. The United Nations, as stated in the Charter, must play a major role in the work of world economic coordination because it is the organization that is the most democratic. ECOSOC must continue to play a leading role in identifying emergent challenges and in promoting innovation and achieving economic, social, and environmental integration of sustainable development. We take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to the member states of the United Nations for the trust that they have placed in my country, Djibouti, by electing it last June as a member country of ECOSOC for the period 2025 to 2027. You may count on Djibouti to champion the priority areas in ECOSOC throughout its mandate. Mr. President, like many developing states, Djibouti faces major challenges due to climate change, including rising temperatures, dwindling water resources, and rising sea levels. Given these persistent threats, the government of Djibouti has put in place a series of ambitious, multidimensional measures aiming to mitigate the effects of climate change and to strengthen the resilience of the country. The COP29 will be another window of opportunity for the international community to avoid a situation where the delay in fulfillment of climate change commitments becomes too great to overcome. This is a vital opportunity to elevate adaptation to the level of an absolute priority and to marshal the required resources. The promise of paying out $100 billion per year has not been kept. It is urgent to reestablish trust by moving toward the swift disbursement of the billions of dollars that are needed. There's a need to put in place measures that are needed for adaptation and for an equitable transition toward renewable energies in low-income countries. There's a need to move urgently to operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund, which was established to help countries and people suffering from the inevitable effects of climate change. And there's a need to mobilize additional resources. This is a question that affects the rights of billions of people. It impedes development and poses an existential threat.
We welcome the adoption of the Pact of the Future and its annexes, the Global Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations. We live in an era of disruptive technological advances and complex challenges. Djibouti is grateful to the United States for having spearheaded the effort that led to the unanimous adoption by the General Assembly of the first ever resolution on artificial intelligence to promote safe, secure, and trustworthy artificial intelligence systems for sustainable development. We in Djibouti are convinced that preparing for the future requires optimizing our country's human capital as the most sustainable key to economic growth. Like many other African countries, Djibouti's population is young. Its population is a tremendous asset and a huge competitive advantage if it is harnessed through investment in skills development and new technologies to promote quality job and workforce competitiveness. We have the ambition to vigorously pursue education systems focused on accessing advanced technological skills.
Mr. President, Djibouti welcomes the progress achieved by Somalia in its efforts to stabilize the country, as well as the holistic approach developed by the government of President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed to deepen peace. We welcome the efforts of the Peace and Security Council to produce a joint strategic evaluation of the situation in Somalia and to produce the draft of a general concept of operations. We need to intensify discussions to agree on the best option for financing the mission. The mandate given to the future post-ATMIS mission is a robust mandate. The security threat posed by the terrorist attacks of al-Shabaab constitutes a major stumbling block to our joint efforts, which must be cleared away as quickly as possible. There is a need to guarantee that the future mission has adequate resources and the equipment that it needs, including force multipliers. We must lend our unstinting support to the efforts of the government of Somalia as it seeks to reposition itself as a key stakeholder in the region. Its mandate in its term in the Security Council, which will begin next January, will certainly serve as a platform for it to share the lessons it has learned and the experience it has gained throughout these decades of conflict. Djibouti remains disturbed by the attacks carried out by the Houthi against merchant and commercial shipping. These attacks are a disturbing disruption of maritime traffic and commercial flows. This crisis has already brought about an exponential increase in maritime transport costs, which is reflected in the price index for consumer goods. If this situation continues, the impact on the economy of Djibouti, as well as the environmental repercussions of these repeated attacks, will be devastating. We call for solutions to be found to ease the regional tensions which are causing the deterioration of the situation in the Red Sea. And we want to see diplomatic efforts stepped up to reach a favorable outcome to the peace process in Yemen under UN auspices.
We are profoundly alarmed by the continued deterioration of the situation in the Middle East and Gaza and the West Bank in particular. The violence continues unabated. We are profoundly saddened by the continuous loss of lives, in particular children in Gaza, the collective punishment of the Palestinian people, the indiscriminate and continued bombings, and the unlawful occupation in the form of a total siege. The attack on Lebanon has accelerated the regional conflagration we all feared. We express hope that the parties would agree to the 21-day ceasefire called for by the US and France. We must avoid at all costs an all-out war. We welcome the resolution recently adopted at the General Assembly 10th Emergency Special Session by an overwhelming majority. The solution demanded by the Security Council, the General Assembly, the Arab Peace Initiative, and by all the 140 states that already recognize the state of Palestine is a two-state solution. It is the only solution that can lead to lasting peace and security. And this is the very solution that has been blocked by Israel's defiant insisting on maintaining its occupation of Palestinian territory in perpetuity. Mr. President, we are troubled by the continued deterioration of the situation in Sudan, the third largest African country and a founding member of IGAD. We are saddened by the tragic loss of lives, the destruction of infrastructure, and the devastating humanitarian catastrophe that it has caused. Djibouti, under the leadership of President Gele, current chairman of IGAD, has held many meetings at summit level to explore avenues for a peaceful resolution of the conflict. Djibouti reaffirms its commitment to the territorial integrity, sovereignty, political independence, and unity of Sudan. In line with African Union Peace and Security Council decisions, we underscore the importance of ensuring the protection of the Sudanese state, its institutions, and its people. We just recently held in Djibouti, in partnership with the United Nations, a retreat of mediators with the ultimate goal of harmonizing the various initiatives aimed at ending the conflict. We call on the Sudanese Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces to honor the commitments made in Jeddah and subsequent negotiations, and further urge them to guarantee full, safe, rapid, and unhindered humanitarian access. We call on Sudanese leaders to have the Sudanese people's best interest at heart. We call on all external actors concerned by the conflict in Sudan and in a position to do so, to use their influence and bring constructive pressure to bear on the parties so that they commit to a mediation format with the ultimate objective of achieving a negotiated settlement of the conflict. We need to act determinedly and in unison. We must not give up on the prospect of peace in the Sudan. Mr. President, Djibouti stands ready to complete the normalization process with our neighbor Eritrea, and we stand ready to find a negotiated settlement to the conflict on the basis of international law, including the unresolved border dispute and other outstanding issues. The fate of our missing combatants is uppermost in our hearts. Their families need closure. To conclude, at UNGA 79, we have made significant commitments. We have adopted the Pact of a Future, a bold and ambitious document which bestows important responsibilities to our organization and strengthens it. It also calls for a reformed global governance structure. We did it to reject the return to an order devoid of justice, where the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must, where there is no rule of law and might triumphs over right. We did it for our own sake and for the sake of our posterity, because we have no choice but to stand up and stand together to prevent a descent into the morass. We now have to honor the commitments made. The stakes are high, because if you don't, the United Nations will continue to be reduced to a symbolic space where non-binding commitments are made but never implemented. Thank you for your attention.
Je remercie le chef.
I thank the head of delegation of Djibouti.
Je donne maintenant la parole.
And I'll give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Ernest Roy Musio, head of the delegation of Rwanda.
Excellencies, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to congratulate Ambassador Philemon Yang on assuming the presidency of the 79th UN General Assembly and assure him of Rwanda's full support. As we conclude the 79th United Nations General Assembly debate, unity has been a central theme throughout this year's high-level week, and rightly so. Rwanda is of the view that in today's increasingly fractured world, unity is central to addressing pressing issues, most of which transcend borders and national interests. Contemporary challenges require ambitious and coordinated action that paves the way for equal access to opportunity, ensures sustainable development, and contributes to global peace and security. As we approach the second half of this decade, solidarity is key to achieving targets under Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Rwanda strongly endorses the UN Secretary General's stimulus package as a timely and necessary intervention to address the pressing challenges facing the global economy and the most vulnerable populations. The package represents a crucial step towards creating a more equitable and resilient global financial system, particularly as developing nations continue to grapple with the impacts of climate change and widening inequality. For too long, African countries and other marginalized regions have borne the brunt of global economic shocks without sufficient support from the international community. This stimulus package not only acknowledges these disparities, but also seeks to collect them through targeted financial aid, debt relief, and sustainable development initiatives. By addressing structural inequalities and ensuring that resources reach those who need them most, the Secretary General's proposal is a call to action for global solidarity. It will empower nations to rebuild more sustainably with renewed focus on green energy, digital transformation, and poverty eradication. Rwanda believes that now is the time for bold multilateral action, and this package is an essential step towards securing a more just, inclusive, and sustainable future for all. Mr. President, Rwanda commends the efforts by the Secretary General and Member States for convening the Summit of the Future. This summit and the adoption of the Pact of the Future are crucial steps in boosting action to protect the interests of present and future generations. Rwanda knows firsthand what division and fracture can do to a society, let alone a community of nations. In the aftermath of the genocide against the Tutsi in 1994, we Rwandans found ourselves at a crossroads where we chose unity over division for our own survival. This choice was not an easy one, but it was the right one and has defined Rwanda's post-genocide nation building ever since. The world now stands at a similar crossroads with a choice to make, to choose unity for the collective good. This is what the Kwibuka Frame of Hope monument in memory of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, recently built in the gardens of this United Nations building, stands to remind the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, reports show that Africa is set to be the engine of future global growth in the decades to come. With the world's fastest growing middle class, estimated to encompass 1.1 billion people by 2060, Africa will take the center stage of global affairs. However, this feat cannot be achieved without the adequate tools to both finance the decarbonization of our economies and mitigate the effects of climate change. Building resilient economies in the global south is an urgent priority, which goes hand in hand with increased solidarity from those who are most responsible for carbon pollution. The pay-to-pollute model is not a viable option. Solidarity and investment are. Consequently, advanced economies should reduce their emissions faster and invest more in African autonomous transition. In a few weeks, the world will gather in Baku, Azerbaijan, for COP29. The international community should seize this opportunity to pledge more green investments in Africa. Additionally, Rwanda encourages nations to join hands and conclude an ambitious global plastics treaty based on a comprehensive approach that addresses the full life cycle of plastics at the upcoming INSC5 in Busan. We have a historic opportunity to demonstrate our collective resolve to end plastic pollution for the benefit of current and future generations. Rwanda stands ready to play a positive role in that direction. Excellencies, esteemed delegates, the year 2024 marks 2 decades since Rwanda's first deployment of troops under the United Nations peacekeeping banner. Today, Rwanda is among the top contributors with deployment in missions across Africa. And yet, insecurity in our region has reached unprecedented levels. This is evidenced by the rising threat of radicalized insurgency in the southern part of the continent, terrorism in the Sahel, or the presence of state-sponsored genocide militias right by our border. Mr. President, no more than ever, cosmetic fixes must be avoided in favor of long-term solutions addressing the root cause of these conflicts. Security is not only achieved by silencing the guns, it is also achieved by building a fit-for-purpose global governance system capable of quickly adapting to crises. Reform of multilateral financial institutions is complementary to the reform of the United Nations Security Council, as both are crucial for creating a more equitable and effective global governance system. The financial institutions which shape global economic policies and the UN Security Council, which ensures peace and security, must evolve to better address the diverse needs of today's world. Without reform, these bodies risk perpetuating inequalities, particularly for Africa, which has historically been underrepresented in decision-making processes. Reforming both the financial institutions and the UN Security Council is vital to ensure fair representation, foster trust among nations, and effectively respond to the pressing challenges of the modern era, such as economic instability, climate change, and conflict. In this regard, Rwanda fully supports the reform of the UN Security Council to enhance its effectiveness and efficiency. Such reforms are necessary to address long-standing injustices faced by Africa, ensuring that the Council becomes more responsive to contemporary global challenges and dynamics. Only through these changes can we build a system grounded in equitable rules, unity, and solidarity. As we conclude this General Assembly, let us remember that history will judge us not by the challenges we face, but how we respond to them. The reforms we seek are not just necessary, but inevitable to ensure a future grounded in justice, equity, and solidarity. Rwanda stands ready to work with all nations, and we believe together we can build the world we want, one where no nation or continent is left behind. Let us seize this moment, for the future of humanity depends on it. I thank you for your kind attention.
Je remercie le chef.
I thank the head of delegation of Rwanda.
Je donne maintenant la parole à son Excellence.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Jose de Legasca, head of delegation of Ecuador.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General.
President of the General Assembly, distinguished representatives. I begin by bringing you the regards of the President of the Republic of Ecuador, Daniel Noboa Asin, who is the leader of a young government and is a young leader who has sought to break the patterns that prevented us from delivering the change that his generation was calling for and that my country is calling for. Ecuador is a country of 18 million inhabitants with huge potential in which young people are fighting on a daily basis for a better future, changing the reality that they inherited. They believed in the transformational project that President Noboa put forward, and now they see a country of opportunities and progress, based on the respect for human rights, in which there was a firm commitment to root out corruption and impunity. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, despite the fact that it might look like the global and multidimensional crises are overwhelming us, international law and the principles and aspirations of the United Nations Charter must remain our guiding light. Therefore, I reiterate Ecuador's commitment to multilateralism, peace and sustainable development, the peaceful resolution of disputes and respect of individual freedoms and human rights. I reaffirm the unshakable commitment and respect of Ecuador to the ideals and principles that gave life to nations. We must implement the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations that were adopted last week. This will help the UN from moving on, from no longer being a photograph taken 79 years ago, and rather for it to better reflect the contemporary world. Ecuador welcomes any initiative that encourages inclusive prosperity and democracy, because we know that its sustainability is closely linked to the peace of a nation, because there's an inextricable link between peace and development, and between development and peace. Therefore, Ecuador is working to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and we have shown that the so aspired to Objective 16, which is peace, justice and strong institutions, is being met with synergy and is interlinked with 125 of the 169 goals of the 2030 Agenda. We must understand it. When we strengthen democracy and institutionality, we fight violence in all of its manifestations. Tackling corruption, we achieve better justice and peace for our citizens. We bring about an impact on the reactivation of the economy and providing decent jobs, reduction of poverty, hunger and malnutrition. Mr. President, building a future of better prosperity and peace requires combating organised crime, transnational organised crime and drug trafficking that undermine institutionality and erode the social fabric of our democracies. In December 2023, President Noboa, in the framework of the Ecuadorian presidency of the Security Council, warned members about a wave of transnational and narco-terrorist organised crime threatening the rule of law, state control, and border security. Faced with this challenge, the national government of my country has adopted responsible decisions and is waging an unshakable, unrelenting fight that past governments avoided. However, national actions are not enough when it comes to the threat of transnational organised crime that has resources that significantly go above the ones that are used to fight it. Only by strengthening efforts and working in a coordinated and effective way with the international community can we defeat this phenomenon. As an elected member of the Security Council, Ecuador has shown its commitment to international peace and security. We have risen to this historic challenge that pushed us to act with a sense of responsibility and consciousness in the face of the geopolitical tensions between large powers that are limiting compliance with the collective responsibility to act in response to situations of conflict that affect humanity. In the case of Ukraine, we were co-pen holders on the humanitarian file, and on the situation in Palestine, we voted in favour of all resolutions adopted by the Security Council to halt the hostilities, to free hostages, to allow a proper flow of humanitarian aid, and to advocate for the respect of international humanitarian law. In my region, we are leading the authorization of the Security Council to deploy the multi-dimensional support mission for security in Haiti that was adopted by way of Resolution 2699 in October 2023, and today has just been renewed up to 2025, just a few minutes ago. The role of CARICOM has been key in the support provided to Kenya as leader of the MSS. This first step forward must contribute to the sister Republic of Haiti blazing its own trail towards peace and sustainable development. President, Excellencies, colleagues, to the very end of our term, we will honour the commitment made at this Assembly that elected us with 190 votes to promote the strengthening and maintenance of peace, keeping of peace, respect to the United Nations Charter, prioritising the peaceful resolution of disputes and democracy and dialogue, protection of civilians as the best way to honour the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions, the fight against transnational organised crime and terrorism, the non-proliferation of and fight against the illicit trafficking of arms, the Women, Peace and Security agenda to move to eliminate the stumbling blocks that prevent women from participating and making decisions in the whole cycle of prevention, construction and maintenance of sustainable peace. Those are all of the commitments we made. Furthermore, Ecuador underscores the fact that we have contributed constantly to peacekeeping operations of the UN with military personnel in various missions, supporting initiatives that strengthening them also with the historic Resolution 2719 of 2023 that was adopted during our presidency of the Security Council. This resolution opens the way for sustainable financing for missions mandated by the Council for Peace and Security of the African Union. This brings me on now to another challenge that we face in Latin America, the absolute need to preserve the rule of law and respecting the will of the people. The escalation of tensions in Venezuela, the systematic violations of human rights, and the persecution of political leaders, and the daily violent repression by a totalitarian government against its own citizens who are calling for their right to be respected, to be able to express their popular will at the ballot box. We're seeing a direct threat to regional security and regional stability with possible repercussions on peace and security internationally. The critical humanitarian, economic, political and human rights situation and security situation in Venezuela has caused 7.7 million Venezuelans to leave the country seeking better opportunities. Many of them have been welcomed with open arms in other countries in Latin America, including in Ecuador, that is host to the largest number of Venezuelans per capita in the region. Faced with the ongoing deterioration, gravity and complexity of this crisis, Ecuador has shown leadership for the Venezuelan people and will not relent in its insistence before all international fora for there to be a peaceful and democratic transition for all of the Venezuelan people. The international community must give a clear and timely response here. President, migration is one of the most complex and pressing challenges that the world faces. Behind irregular migration, we see the operation of human trafficking networks and illegal smuggling of migrants, putting the lives and integrity of millions of people at risk, and of course unaccompanied children and women are the most vulnerable. This is intolerable, and fighting against this phenomenon requires joint and coordinated actions with a comprehensive approach. Ecuador experiences all dimensions of migration because we are a country of origin, destination, transit, and even return, and we even host refugees. Therefore, we call for safe, orderly, and regular migration in all areas of human mobility, and this requires decisive support from the international community that must be clear on the fact that this can be achieved without criminalizing it. The international community must also be united in facing the devastating effects of climate change. Today, Ecuador is suffering from the worst drought in the most recent decades, and this shows how important it is to care for our ecosystems and to invest in infrastructure to deal with this issue. As a mega-diverse country with unique ecosystems that are also fragile, like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Galapagos Islands, we are committed to conservation of biodiversity, and we are updating the national biodiversity strategy, and we have set forth a transition policy, an ecological transition policy that preserves our natural heritage. These efforts require more of a sense of joint responsibility from the international community, especially when it comes to finance, technology transfer, capacity building and scientific research that are currently not up to the mark. The Paris Agreement and the principle of shared but differentiated responsibilities must not be undermined. In fact, they must be strengthened. Ecuador also supports initiatives in the realms of protection, conservation, and sustainable use of the ocean. And we should see this through the entry into force soon of the agreement, the BBNJ agreement, and the organisation of the Third UN Oceans Conference in 2025. Our commitment is further reflected in the efforts that the Ecuadorian presidency of the committee tasked with drafting a legally binding instrument to eliminate plastic pollution is pressing on with. The Ecuadorian presidency is pressing on with that. We hope that this will be delivered soon and that the Galapagos Islands, which are a World Heritage Site, will be the venue for the signature of this instrument. President, security, transnational organised crime and climate change are just some of the challenges that we face as humanity, and they require a better use of global cooperation mechanisms and development finance mechanisms. Ecuador is convinced of the need for a true transformation of global governance and its institutions to provide them with legitimacy and thereby avoid them being condemned to irrelevance. And this includes the Bretton Woods institutions and this very organisation. Perfecting the bodies of the UN system is not the ultimate goal, but rather just one step forward to achieve the ultimate goal, which is peace and security in the world. Therefore, bearing in mind the relations between the main organs, in order to benefit from a stronger and more effective Security Council, we also require a more modern and effective General Assembly. We must reaffirm the role of this General Assembly so that it can bring about the necessary reform of the Security Council. Ecuador is clear on the fact that we are a non-permanent member of the Council, and we are finishing our term in December this year. But we also know the role of the elected members when we act together is fundamental, and we must continue on this front. An essential part of the transformation is the participation of women in leadership positions. Ecuador reaffirms its support for a woman from the Latin American and Caribbean region to be the next United Nations Secretary General. I conclude by recalling that crises can be overcome with political decisions, willingness and bravery, the courage to make the right decisions, and this will be achieved by strengthening multilateralism, not by weakening it. Thereby, we can achieve the dream of a better world, a world that is more peaceful with more opportunities for all. Thank you very much.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Ecuador. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the general debate, I extend my sincere gratitude to all the member states for their active participation in the debate. The discussions that we had this week show the importance of multilateral cooperation, which we need to overcome the challenges our world faces. In this month of September, we came together for the general debate in a period that was particularly tumultuous. Delegations addressed the pressing challenges that face us, the crisis of climate change, the sustainable development goals, abject poverty, and a global international financial architecture that is ineffective, persistent gender inequality, and the adverse impacts of digital technology. These are the main challenges that have emerged from our discussions. We need to continue to build on the Summit of the Future. This summit was marked by the adoption of the Pact for the Future and its annex, which aimed to revitalize our multilateral system and international cooperation. The Pact for the Future and the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations appear as a solid promise to galvanize our efforts toward the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Our Pact for the Future essentially aims to address the challenges that are impediments to international cooperation and have been for many years. These challenges are what make it problematic to achieve solutions, which can be achieved through this agreement and its annex. I call upon all states and stakeholders to work toward effective implementation of the Pact for the Future and of its annex. My office has also instituted an awareness-raising program in this regard to be applied throughout the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We stand ready to receive any advice or any assistance to facilitate our actions.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we are meeting in New York, violent conflicts are raging in Gaza, Lebanon, Sudan, and Ukraine. This is unfortunately not an exhaustive list of the conflicts and crises affecting member states of the United Nations. In the last few days, the world has seen an extremely dramatic escalation of violence between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. That escalation risks causing war in the entire Middle East region. As we speak, peace in the Middle East is hanging delicately on a shoestring. There is pervasive tension and uncertainty in the region. Thousands of people have lost their lives. Many others have been displaced. Infrastructure has been destroyed. This must stop, and it must stop now. The world must not allow an all-out war to happen in this volatile region. We call on all parties, Israel, Hamas, and Hezbollah, to urgently conclude a ceasefire and for all remaining hostages to be freed immediately and unharmed. I also call on all those with influence on the parties to demand an immediate ceasefire and dialogue. I further call on all states supplying weapons to the region to desist from such actions and give peace a chance, for no sustainable peace will be achieved militarily. Negotiations and diplomatic solutions must take precedence over brutal force. The Charter of the United Nations instructs that member states settle their disputes peacefully so as not to endanger international peace and security. As you heard me saying at the opening of the general debate, only a two-state solution based on relevant UN resolutions can guarantee lasting peace and security for both the people of Israel and Palestine, and indeed for the rest of the region. Excellencies, during the general debate we heard from 190 member states, including contributions from 71 heads of state, 42 heads of government, 6 vice presidents and crown princes, 8 deputy prime ministers, 53 ministers, 3 vice ministers, and 7 chairs of delegations. Moreover, we heard from 3 observers. Ladies and gentlemen, during the general debate this September, it was disappointing and frankly unacceptable that only about 10% of the speakers were women. This glaring disparity speaks to a deeper issue that we cannot ignore. We must do far better on gender equality, and this cannot simply be a talking point. It must remain a priority on our agenda, demanding action, not just acknowledgement as we move forward. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in my opening remarks of the general debate, I emphasized that only by working together, despite our differences, can we confront and overcome the complex and discouraging challenges before us. Only through dialogue, listening, and collective action can we find solutions that benefit all of us. The theme I chose for the 79th session, Unity in Diversity, for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for everyone everywhere, is not just a guiding principle, it is a call to action. The theme reminds us that our strength lies in our diversity and our ability to unite stakeholders around our common goals. Let us all move forward together with this spirit of unity and shared responsibility. Let us continue our work with the clear aim of building a peaceful, just, and dignified future for all. Thank you. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegations from their seats. I call on the representative of Egypt.
Mr. President, Egypt categorically rejects the reply delivered by Ethiopia representative to Egypt's statement during the general debate. If Ethiopia were to reflect on its own conduct and behavior in the region, Ethiopia would recognize that it's the party that is the principal source of threats to peace, security, and stability in the region. It was Ethiopia that concluded a memorandum of understanding that infringed on the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a sisterly neighboring African state, Somalia. It's Ethiopia that has repeatedly violated cardinal rules of international law and undermines the principle of sanctity of international borders, which is established in African laws and practice. It's also Ethiopia that's under the illusion that it was established control over the Nile River, and it will deprive the two downstream riparian states, Egypt and Sudan, of their established historical rights to the Nile waters. Ethiopia ought to relinquish its aspiration of regional hegemony. Ethiopia also ought to realize that fabricating baseless allegations against other states and inventing fictional external enemies are nothing but futile attempts that are meant for internal consumption to distract attention from Ethiopia's many domestic challenges that are of its own making. Egypt, which is an ancient civilization, a responsible state in Africa, and a voice of peace and prosperity globally, does not engage in deplorable conduct of this nature. We call upon Ethiopia to exercise responsibility and to desist from threatening its neighbors and from engaging in conduct that undermines stability in Africa. We also invite Ethiopia to return to the African family as a contributor to peace and stability in the region, and not as an agent of insecurity and destabilization. Thank you, Mr. President.
I call on the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, I take the floor to exercise the right of reply of my delegation in response to the disinformation and baseless statement delivered by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania during the general debate in this hall. The alleged refugees who have been sheltered by the Republic of Albania belong to the Terrorist People's Mujahideen Organization, also known as MKO, of which violence and terror form an integral element of their eclectic ideology. They never dismissed their ideology of violence and recourse to arms. Rather, they have always been looking to revert to their hate-mongering nature and do commit violent acts of terrorism. The Islamic Republic of Iran rejects the disinformation delivered by the representative of the Republic of Albania. In the meanwhile, it is the obligation of Albania to bring to justice or extradite members of this cult for their role in organizing, supporting, and perpetrating terrorist attacks in Iran. the Islamic Republic of Iran believes that the failure of the government of Albania to take appropriate and necessary measures against this terrorist cult constitutes a grave threat to international peace and security. Moreover, the Islamic Republic of Iran categorically rejects and denounces any kind of unwarranted attribution for the alleged cyber attack on Albania's infrastructure. This accusation is completely unfounded and is hereby rejected and condemned. We have already expressed our readiness to cooperate in enlightenment to Albanian government, and we repeat it once again. Mr. President, exercising our right of reply in response to the unfounded allegations and irrelevant reference to my country by the representative of the United Arab Emirates, while my delegation strongly rejects those baseless allegations, would like to reiterate its sovereignty over the Iranian islands of Abu Musa, the Greater Tom, and the Lesser Tom in the Persian Gulf. We consider the statement by the delegate of the United Arab Emirates as a flagrant violation of the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as an interference in Iran's domestic affairs, in violation of the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of the state as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, and is categorically rejected. The Islamic Republic of Iran has always pursued a policy of friendship and good neighborliness towards all its neighboring countries. It is obvious that the territorial integrity as well as the sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran over the said islands are not negotiable. We invite the delegation of the United Arab Emirates to stick to the principle of good neighborliness and refrain from raising issues that are based on unsubstantiated accusations. I thank you.
I call on the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation takes the floor to exercise its right of reply in response to the statement by the Dprk. I vividly remember a year ago here in this hall that I did point out how preposterous and absurd the allegation the Dprk made in her statement, particularly on the situation in and around the Korean Peninsula. Today, having listened carefully to the Dprk statement and hearing no change made to their position, my delegation feels deeply distressed that we have to repeat our position so that every delegation this hall understands the facts and truth accurately. The Dprk in her statement demonized the US and its allies to justify their pursuit of nuclear weapons. To be short, it is totally groundless claim. The root cause of the problem is the Dprk's continued advancement of its unlawful nuclear and ballistic missiles in direct violation of relevant UN Security Council resolutions, threatening to undertake a preemptive nuclear attack, thus heightening tensions throughout the Korean Peninsula and in the region. It should not confuse the cause and effect or put the carts before the horses. As a responsible government, it is our duty, like any member state, to protect the lives and safety of our people from the Dprk's military threats by maintaining a robust Republic of Korea-US combined defense and deterrence posture. Again, contrary to the Dprk's claim, the Republic of Korea US defense and deterrence posture is in response to the Dprk's military threat. In the same context, on the recent Republic of Korea-US extended deterrence cooperation, the Dprk's ever-growing unlawful nuclear and missile threats are the very reason why we are strengthening extended cooperation with the United States, not the other way around. Let us make one thing clear. The Dprk's illegal nuclear weapons program is by no means maintaining the regional balance of power as they claim today. In fact, it is the very reason for the regional security turbulence. Lastly, my delegation would like to remind that it is the UN Security Council resolutions, all of which were unanimously adopted, that prohibit the DPRK's nuclear and ballistic missile program. The DPRK should respect and abide by the Security Council resolution as stated in the Charter if it genuinely wishes to be a responsible member of the United Nations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I call on the representative of Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is an exercise that we are engaging in this room, and I am exercising my right of reply. In particular, this is important when it comes to a brother country, a neighbouring country. You can't change your neighbours. However, at the same time, you cannot remain silent when you are accused of things that are not true. That's why I requested this right of reply to set the record straight on 3 mistruths and to make a comment. His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Algeria, stated this morning that the Sahara needed to be decolonized. I must say that Algeria needs to wake up from its sleep. They're still stuck in the Cold War, and they need to wake up to realize that Moroccan Sahara is independent. In terms of its integration in the motherland, the Kingdom of Moroccan, and that has been the case for 50 years. Algeria has perhaps forgotten, or perhaps they're pretending to have forgotten, that in this very room here, a resolution was adopted in Algeria's presence, Resolution 345B, which was adopted almost half a century ago. And this attests to the end of the Spanish colony and the return of the Sahara to its motherland. It's the Madrid Agreement. That is a truth, it's the reality. This is an agreement that was struck in line with international law. This is an agreement, I'd like to recall, historic agreement, and the late President Boumediene, during the Arab League summit in Rabat, talking to his brother princes and heads of state, stated that he would support any formula that would allow the Sahara to be decolonized. Well, 1 year later, 1 year after that, Moroccan Sahara was indeed decolonized. That's the first counter-truth I wanted to respond to. The second one, Mr. President, the Algerian minister stated that his country supported the efforts of the Secretary-General. In that regard, I'd like to say that it's absolute nonsense. It's not true, Mr. President. Just because, and a lot of people must know, the envoy was nominated 3 years ago. He was appointed 3 years ago. Why hasn't there been a single meeting here or anywhere else? Well, the reason is because Algeria is refusing to return to the negotiating table. It's refusing to take its seat at the negotiating table. It's renouncing the political process, and Algeria is rejecting the resolution that is based on a political process. And the minister said this morning that he supports the political process. It's really quite bizarre that Algeria say that they want to support the efforts of the personal envoy and the efforts of the Secretary General. However, they are imposing the conditions, who can come, who's allowed to participate, who's not, and it's quite strange that Algeria, who claims to support the political process, are opposed to their name being cited in rejecting the resolution, even though they are cited in all the Security Council resolutions as a main stakeholder in this regional dispute, and that they must return to their seats at the negotiating table. We hope that when the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Algeria will meet the personal envoy this afternoon, he'll be able to tell him finally that Algeria is returning to the negotiating table, that they'll be able to give him that good news, that they'll be doing that in line with the Security Council resolution and in line with the statement made by that very minister this morning from that rostrum up there. The third mistruth, Mr. President, the minister accused Morocco of falsifying an immutable reality. We sometimes say that there's nothing worse than a blind man that doesn't want to see. What is Morocco trying to change or falsify? Well, nothing, actually. We're doing everything in broad daylight in the eyes of the international community, and we're doing it here in this very room. We're doing it with friendly countries, and I'd just like to tell the Algerian delegation and His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that there is no truth that Algeria... Well, the truth that Algeria refuses to see is that over 100 members of the international community support the Moroccan Autonomy Initiative. And many of them are members of the European Union. France, Spain, Germany, Denmark, Slovenia, Finland, just to cite a few that have recognised this over the last few months. Furthermore, this room has heard the voices of many heads of state and government who have not only supported the initiative of Moroccan autonomy, but also supported Morocco's sovereignty over its Sahara. The next truth that the Algerian delegation is pretending to ignore is that 29 consulates have been opened in Moroccan Sahara, and the 30th one is currently being built and will be opened soon, and there will be others. And I hope the Algerian delegation will put on a different lens so that it can finally see the light, see what exactly is happening in Moroccan Sahara. Another reality is economic development. That's something that Algeria does not want to see in the Moroccan Sahara. Motorways, the longest bridge in Africa. We have $4,000 trucks crossing at the Gilgit Passage. We have hospitals, universities, excellent schools. We have foreign investment, solar energy. That is the reality that Algeria does not want to see. And we hope that soon they will realise the truth. They will see the light, that we're not trying to hide what's happening in Moroccan Sahara. The last thing I wanted to say, Mr. President, is more of a comment. It's more of a remark. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Algeria talked about the threats that weigh on the Sahel-Sahara region. Terrorist threats, separatist threats, lack of development. For once, I agree with him. I agree with his prognosis. However, His Excellency the Minister forgot to mention the remedy and also the causes. Because what is the cause of this? Well, it's Algeria. Algeria is responsible for all of the problems that the Sahel and the Sahara face. Because where do the terrorists and extremists hide? Where do they seek refuge? Where do these separatists seek refuge? Well, the answer is in Algerian territory. It's true, Mr. President. There is a terrorist threat in the Sahel-Sahara region. There is a separatist threat. There is an extremist threat, but it's because of your country. Algeria's borders are crossed and full of terrorists and separatists. Furthermore, the minister didn't talk about the remedies either. The solution is simple. Halt your interference in the internal affairs of the countries of the region. Put an end to your efforts to not respect the will of your neighbours, and also stop interfering in the politics of these countries. And my last observation, re-listen to the speech of the eminent minister made on Saturday from this rostrum here at the General Assembly. The minister that taught about this situation, that exposed the relationship.
Je m'arrête ici, Monsieur le...
I'll stop there, Mr. President. Thank you.
I call on the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
As we practice our right of reply, on the right of reply by the Islamic Republic of Iran, I would like to note the following. The UAE believes that the three islands, Greater Toom, Lesser Toom, and Abu Musa, are in the Arabian Gulf. They are part and parcel of the UAE. They are occupied by the Iran. For this reason, Iran is an occupation force in this field. Any Iranian claims will not change this reality. It is unacceptable for Iran to claim that this is an internal affairs issue. And the UAE stresses firmly that these three islands are part and parcel of the UAE. They are an integral part of the UAE. We strongly reject the continued Iranian occupation of these three UAE islands. We have constantly called upon the UAE to resort to the United Nations Charter and international law to resolve this issue through bilateral negotiations or by resorting to the ICJ. And I would like to stress that the UAE has great relationships and has good relationships and close cooperation with the Iran. We would like to promote this cooperation and our bilateral cooperation. However, this issue, the three UAE islands, will remain a contentious issue until a good, peaceful solution is reached in line with international law and good neighborliness. Thank you, Mr. President.
I call on the representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. My delegation is taking the floor to exercise the right of reply in response to the provocative statement leveled against my country during the general debate and the right of reply. Some days ago, the ROK foreign minister abused this August UN platform to commit a grave political provocation against the Dprk, a dignified UN member state. We categorically condemn and reject his reckless statement as a blatant affront to the sovereignty of the Dprk and wanton interference in its internal affairs. ROK foreign minister shall pay a high price for his despicable attempt to tarnish the dignity and prestige of the Dprk. It is an undeniable fact in history that the US nuclear threat, which has lasted for more than half a century, triggered off the Dprk's access to nuclear weapons, and the hostile acts and military blackmail by the US and ROK have been a decisive factor compelling the Dprk to steadily advance the enhancements of nuclear force. As of today, various US-led military blocs exist throughout the Asia-Pacific region, including the Korean Peninsula, and the Nuclear Consultative Group aimed at using nuclear weapons against Dprk is in operation. Furthermore, the US and its vassal countries' aggressive war drills continue unabated. The whole world knows who are to blame for having turned the Korean Peninsula and the rest of the region into the world's hottest spot and a touch-and-go gunpowder depot by staging war drills of aggressive nature almost every day throughout the year while raving about the end of regime in the Dprk. ROK is frantically engaged in waging military drills and strengthening military alliance of aggressive nature with the US, thereby bringing closer a grave security crisis to the Korean Peninsula and the Northeast Asian region. Given the above fact, it is a mockery and trickery on regional countries and the rest of the international community that ROK is clamoring for the alleged threats as well as peace and stability. The ROK foreign minister's outburst clearly shows that it is impossible to exist or live together in the least with the forces distraught with inveterate hostility and repugnance towards the Dprk, and that the regional situation can never restore stability as long as there exists the US, the evil source and root cause of instability of the Korean Peninsula, and the ROK conniving to it. On the other hand, recently the US and its followers are often holding confabs on the alleged human rights issues at the UN arena. Such performance is prompted by their sinister intention to tarnish the image of the Dprk at any cost by resorting to the despicable smear campaign, since they could not subdue the Dprk by military force. Moreover, ROK has no elementary qualification to talk about a human rights issue, and it is a cesspool of human rights abuses caused by its pro-US sycophancy, fascist dictatorship, and anti-people misgovernment. It is pressing for the ROK to clean its human rights garbage at home. ROK is seriously mocking and insulting our people by scattering political agitation rubbish of leaflets, defaming our ideology and system due to our people, and dirty notes and stuff. ROK scums deserve a counter-reaction accordingly. No matter how desperately the ROK may try to disguise itself as a victim by racking its brain and playing on words to turn black into white, no one will be fooled into believing it anymore. ROK, obsessed with the inveterate hostility towards the Dprk, is strongly urged to read carefully the UN Charter. Article 24 of the UN Charter stipulates that the Security Council shall act in accordance with the purposes and principles of the United Nations, namely principles of sovereign equality, self-determination, and refraining in the international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity. Accordingly, we have never acknowledged and will never do so the alleged Security Council resolutions which deny our right to existence and development and flagrant contravention of the UN Charter itself. Under the prevailing circumstances, it is a priority for the Dprk to preserve its right to security in terms of safeguarding and exercising its sovereignty. The Dprk will never connive at military hostile acts and strengthening of military blocs detrimental to the security environment of the Korean Peninsula and world and peace and stability. We remain firmly committed to fully safeguarding the sovereignty and security interests of the state and the regional peace through offensive and overwhelming counteractions. I thank you, Mr. President.
I call on the representative of Algeria to take.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for giving me the possibility to exercise my right of reply after the allegations made by my Moroccan colleague following the speech of my minister this morning to you. And I would like to remind us all that since Algeria's independence in 1962, so 62 years ago, there has not been one General Assembly of the United Nations where my country has not claimed the inalienable right of self-determination of peoples still under colonial rule. And I ask myself the question, a lot of states or delegations have referred to the issue of the Western Sahara from this very forum. Why? The distinguished delegate of Morocco, does he want to single out the declaration of my minister from this rostrum? Why would he want to do this? Why would he mention the name of Algeria more than 20 times in 10 minutes? I wonder, this attempt to take a subject on the agenda of this General Assembly and act as if it's just the concern of two countries will not work. And I'd like to stress here 3 points. Firstly, we should reread my minister's statement on the issue of the Western Sahara. The General Assembly might learn something, and I think my Moroccan colleague might learn something in so doing. And I quote, "My country aspires to put an end to the colonization once and for all by turning the final page of this chapter, as we unfortunately see in the Western Sahara." The Secretary General of the United Nations and his special envoy may count on our full support in their efforts to enable the two parties to the conflict, Morocco and the Polisario Front, to resume the process of negotiations in order to arrive at a political solution that will guarantee the Sahrawi people the full exercise of their inalienable rights to self-determination. And to those who want to impose a colonial fait accompli by gaining time, by falsifying facts nobody can argue with, and by attempting by various maneuvers to turn attention away from what is clear and established, we, Algeria, reaffirm that colonization sooner or later will end up disappearing, and the legitimate rights of the Sahrawi people will undeniably be recognized. That's the first point. The second point, Mr. President, is that the United Nations, through the General Assembly, through the Security Council, have indeed begun this process of decolonization by creating MINURSO, the United Nations mission for the referendum in Western Sahara. But that work is currently being blocked by the occupying power, which is Morocco, and which uses all kinds of maneuvering to postpone this referendum, including with the rather shady project of supposed autonomy. And if that project was really such a hot deal, why not put that forward for a referendum with the Sahrawis? Are you afraid of the call for freedom of the Sahrawi people? Algeria, for its part, and all those that support the right to self-determination of the people of Western Sahara call for a consultation, a referendum of the Sahrawi people. Thirdly, the political process. Yes, a political process is part of negotiations between the legitimate representatives of the Sahrawi people and the occupying power, Morocco. And if they reach a political agreement under the inalienable right of self-determination, Algeria would be very happy about that. Mr. President, I don't want to prolong this session, but I would like to recall that the right of the people of Western Sahara to self-determination is solidly anchored in international law and resolutions of the General Assembly and the Security Council. And my country, Algeria, based on our history and values and our fundamental principles, will never fail to stand alongside oppressed peoples under colonial occupation, which is the case of the people of Western Sahara. And it is with that determination that will never change, and this deep-seated conviction that we, for our part, will continue with our unfailing support for the people of Western Sahara so that they are able to fully access their inalienable right to self-determination. I thank you.
I now call on the representative of Morocco for a second intervention.
Thank you very much, President. I'm very grateful, my brother, Ambassador of Algeria, for having reread the part of his minister's intervention on Moroccan Sahara. That now, it means that those that didn't hear it or who weren't here weren't in the room, will understand why my country wished to exercise its right of reply. Because the Algerian ambassador, what did he do? Well, all he did was confirm with more aggression and with more virulence and more detail what was said. And more the better, really, because now the international community can understand why Morocco referred to Algeria 20 times. Why 20 times? Well, quite simply because every day that passes, you drag in the Secretariats, you train the Secretariats of the Polisario Front. Every God-given day for half a century you've been hosting terrorists, militia. Every day, every God-given day for half a century, you are letting them cross borders to come and attack us. Thousands of Moroccans have died because of you, Ambassador, because of your country. Suffering has been inflicted. And there are even foreign citizens who've been killed too. I think I respect the freedom of expression, of course. And if you let me conclude, I will conclude. Now you understand why Morocco mentioned Algeria 20 times. And you asked a question, Ambassador, also. Why are we mentioning the name Algeria and not other countries? Well, the other countries, no other countries, because we're in a building here where there is law in place, where each country is free to express themselves, to say what they want to say, all, of course, respecting the others. The realities that I referred to should have been no injury to you.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry to interrupt the distinguished representative of Morocco, but as President, could you please ask him to address himself to you as President of this meeting and not to me? Thank you.
Morocco, the representative of Morocco, continue your second intervention, and I may ask that you address yourself to the President, who I am. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, President, and I will be happy to do so. All I was doing was responding to accusations that were made against my country by my brother from Algeria, but given that he doesn't wish me to address him, I will speak to Algeria. Algeria. Why is Morocco addressing Algeria and not the other delegations who discuss self-determination here in the UN? Well, quite simply, President, because we believe in the principle of the right and freedom of expression. We are here in a place where international law rules. Everyone can say what they wish. But why are we addressing Algeria? Well, because Algeria is the source of all our problems, because Algeria created the Polisario, because it's Algeria who's financing the Polisario, because it's Algeria who's paying the Polisario, because it's with Algerian passports that the Secretariats from the Polisario Front are travelling around the world. It's in Algeria that there are the camps. It's the Algerians who are misappropriating humanitarian assistance with the Polisario Front. So that's why we're addressing Algeria. The other countries aren't financing this. They're not giving them passports. The other countries, we respect. We don't agree. We respect them. We respect their position. We don't agree with them. We try to enter dialogue with them. And dozens of countries actually have withdrawn their acknowledgement and support for the Polisario Front. They've closed their embassies that Algeria was paying for the political process, President. It's unfortunate that my brother from Algeria, and I hope he will let me call him my Algerian brother, we can't let him falsify the reality of the political process. It's at a dead end because Algeria simply does not want to, as I said, is rejecting the resolution, does not want to host personnel, and when they say it's as long as it's confidential and it's not communicated, etc., basically they don't want to return to the table for dialogue, for negotiations now.
Morocco wraps up. He's reached the 5 minutes. Let him conclude.
Okay.
I'll stop there, President.
Algeria's second intervention.
I now call on the representative of Algeria for a second intervention.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I've got two questions to put to my brother, the Ambassador of Morocco. The first question is, if this territory of the Western Sahara is so unchangeably property of Morocco, why did the International Court of Justice not recognize it? And why has Morocco accepted to share it with the neighboring Republic of Mauritania? I ask myself that question. Why would you share what is your own? That's the first question. The second question is, why be afraid of democracy? Why are you afraid of the referendum? Why are you afraid of freely and frankly asking the population of Western Sahara what they feel? MINURSO is in Western Sahara, and it's waiting for authorization to organize this referendum for the good of the entire region. Thank you.
May I take it that it is the wish of the Assembly to conclude its consideration of
Ethiopia second intervention. Ethiopia second.
I now call on the representative of Ethiopia for a second intervention.
I thank the President. Mr. President, I'm exercising the right of reply on what the representative of Egypt has said just before. Egypt is dumping arms in the region, in the Horn of Africa, that could potentially fall in the hands of the terrorist groups, Al-Shabaab. Still, Egypt is trying to stick to colonial policy of monopolizing the waters of the Nile River. Ethiopia is known for respecting international principles, particularly equitable and reasonable use of its own natural resource. I thank you, Mr. President.
I now call on the representative of Ethiopia for a second intervention. I'm sorry, of Egypt. I now call on the representative of Egypt for a second intervention. I'm sorry.
سيادة الرئيس.
Mr. President, once again, Ethiopia has just proven what we said before regarding its approach. Is dealing with the Somali government, now a support for terrorist groups. We know well who is exporting weapons and who is supporting terrorist groups and who is working on spreading instability in the Horn of Africa. Ethiopia is the one who is doing this. We have never heard from the Ethiopian delegation any clear example that supports their claims. They follow the approach of hiding the truth. The real case here is respect for international law in terms of trans-border water sources. Egypt has always adhered to respecting the international law. And despite this, Ethiopia, through their policies, are always trying to veto issues related to the Nile, and they have turned all issues related to it to controversial issues. We retain and reserve our right, as given to us by the United Nations, to take any approach to maintain, to protect our resources and maintain our rights. Thank you.
I call on the representative of Iraq.
شكرا جزيلا السيد الرئيس. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank you for your excellent presidency of the general debate. I'd like to thank the United Nations and member states. And we have, and those states who have rejected the Israeli actions and attacks on civilian infrastructure and violated the sovereignty of member states. in flagrant violation of international law and international humanitarian law. We denounce these criminal acts committed by the Israeli occupying forces, and we also reject what we have heard from the Prime Minister of this occupation force and the accusations made against countries in the region and really to all members of the United Nations. We call upon the United Nations and its various bodies to act quickly in order to put an end to these acts of Israeli aggression and to protect the region from the results of this aggression. Indeed, the inability of the Security Council to put an end to this aggression has encouraged the occupation forces to continue their attacks on Palestinian territory. The conflict has now spread to Lebanon as well as other countries in the region. These ongoing acts of aggression and barbarous crimes of the Israeli occupying force, and particularly the attack against Mr. Nasrallah, will lead to total war in the region, which will fully destabilize the region and which will also have an effect on international peace and security. Thank you, Mr. President.
May I take it that it is the wish of the Assembly to conclude its consideration of Agenda Item 8? It is so decided. This meeting is adjourned.